Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 1 of The Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess Tremor 230 style. Summary. In this alternate universe, after absorbing the Juubi to save the Shinobi Alliance, Naruto is betrayed by the very people he bled to protect. Fearing his godlike power, the Kage and Konoha force him into banishment. 10 years later, a guilt-ridden Konoha finally realizes their catastrophic mistake. They want their hero back to restore his clans and use his power once again. But when Tsunade sends a letter demanding his return, the reply she gets shakes the village to its core. Naruto isn't waiting in the shadows. He has built a new life in the kingdom of Hyrule with his wives, including the Twilight Princess Midna and his 10-tailed companion Yadajimai, and he has a chilling message for the Leaf Village: leave me alone or face the wrath of all of Hyrule. Welcome to a world where Konoha's biggest mistake becomes Hyrule's greatest protector. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Tremor 230, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. Lemon warning. I tried to make this story lemon-free. However, they were simply too many. Yes, they happened to be quite graphic, and despite my better judgment I kept them. Once again, the algorithm will punish the video, and I will require your help by dropping a like or comment to make this series popular. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Prologue Chapter, New World, New Life, New Future. Konoha, Hokage Tower, Tsunade's office. Time clicked. Minutes passed. Hours flew away. Silence reigned supreme in the office. No one of the people present dared to talk. Jiraiya the Toad Sage was silently glaring in hate at his old teammate as time kept passing in wait, his fight against pain resulting in the losing of his left arm. He had hinged into a copy of himself to cover his escape, and had then subsequently substituted with a wooden prosthetic. No longer he respected her, no longer he looked at her with love, camaraderie, or even friendship. It was now just cold detached business between the two. He had even stopped acting like a pervert when around her. He was now just a spy master working for the Hokage, nothing more and nothing less, and that alone was tearing the woman inside. The members of what was once Team 7 were also there, the phantom of guilt still looming over them now, as it was 10 years before, and more now than ever. The choking feeling they had always managed to force in the back of their minds was returning with a vengeance by demolishing any justification they tried to come up with to ease their pain. The pink-haired girl named Sakura, more than the others, was the portrait of depression. She had acted professional up until 5 years before, believing inside her that once he returned everything would have been back to normal, that he would have forgiven her again, just like he did every other time in the past, no matter what she did or said. But that was 5 years ago. Now she feared he won't forgive or even talk to her anymore. The raven-haired boy Sasuke stood near her in silence, waiting for his friend to return, for his dobe, to be back and once again be cause of headaches and groans with his damned smile and always positive attitude. He was steadfastly suppressing the realization that he too, just like the others, managed to have even him to stop smiling and no hate after the last betrayal they had put on him. No one of their age group had enough courage to be around that day just in case he really decided to come back. He himself had to drag his own body outside of his house to reach the blonde woman's office. No one else of the once proud Konoha 12 group had left their houses or clan compounds in shame for what they did, preferring isolation in the hope of slowly rebuild their friendship with the missing member of Team 7. The oldest member of the trio, who was at the time the team sensei, was looking at the office door, barely blinking as he waited. He had chosen to go on with his life as if nothing happened, closing the pain of his mistake behind the locked doors of his subconscious like with any other painful memory of his past. But no matter how much he lied to himself, everyone in Konoha could see him spend hours at the memorial stone talking with his old sensei and begging him to forgive him for his last foolishness, demonstrating that even by hiding it, he too was depressed at his student's absence. He tried to hunt the boy down as to say, "Screw the orders!" and bring him back himself in secret before they discovered his plan and stopped him. He wanted to see the blonde forgive him, to have the son of his sensei once again call him Kakashi-sensei, once again with his bright smile and eager to learn some cool jutsu so to become Hokage one day. Now he stood there, every second hoping to see him tear down the door in his haste to enter and greet everyone with his undying energy, to bring back normalcy and take the guilt away, and yet, he still wasn't here, he still had to return. The village leader instead was sitting there with her back straight up and rigid. She was Tsunade Senju, the Godame Hokage, and was waiting. What she was waiting on was a letter, more specifically a letter from her godson, the one she had been forced to banish just to keep people calm. Who is this boy, you ask? He was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Jinchuriki of the Almighty Kyuubi, that he personally called Yadaojimai, hero of the Fourth Shinobi War, and son of both the Yellow Flash and the Bloody Habanero. The reason she was waiting for a letter was that due to a request from the various villages and their respective kages and daimyos, her godson had been banished from Konoha for no less than 5 years in order to test if he was really a menace for everyone. His banishment had been over 5 years ago, however none of his friends or allies have heard or seen of and from him in over 9 years. Now the entire village wanted him back once they had been told of his heritage, and demanded his return, thing that was making Tsunade feel sick in the stomach at the sheer audacity of the thing. His teammates Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke were among those that chased after every last rumor in hope to find him and bring him back, by force if necessary. Finally, after having looked everywhere for nearly 5 years, they had found him in a tiny country called Hyrule. Both counselors and Jounin senseis wanted to send the remaining members of the Rookie 12 group after him in hope of convincing him. However, the blonde Hokage argued that they would have been seen as a threat, and he would have either run away or even tried to kill them. So a compromise was struck and a letter had been sent to the last known position of the blonde. The letter, that Jiraiya still argued being too impersonal, was as follows. To Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. As per your orders on the missive dated October 10th, you were required to return to the village once your banishment was deemed expired. Your heritage has been announced to the population, and as such you are to return at once to claim your inheritance and be placed in the newly instituted Clan Restoration Act, to renew both the Uzumaki and the Namikaze clan here in Konoha. Failure to do so within 7 months of receiving this notice will have you placed within the bingo book with a capture on sight order. You are also hereby declared an active member of the Konoha Shinobi Corps. Once more. Enclosed in this letter is your old Hittite. Wear it with pride once again and return to us. Sincerely, Tsunade Senju, Godame Hokage of Konoha. As Tsunade was thinking about all this, the messenger she had sent to deliver the letter had returned with a grim expression on his face. Where is he? Sasuke demanded, glaring at the male nin as if he himself was hiding the blonde. Without answering, he simply handed to Tsunade an envelope and left, shaking his head in sadness. Inside the envelope there was a note with a sealing array and a picture. Tsunade looked at the picture first and was shocked. There in the photo was Naruto with 3 beautiful pregnant women, surrounded by 3 little girls, all with Naruto's eyes and whisker marks. She then looked on the back and saw that a name was on the back of each of both women and daughters. They were Naruto, Ilia, Midna, Yadaojimai, that was a woman with fiery red hair and fox ears, and their daughters Malin, Hilda and Kasumi. Each of the girls had also their mother's hair and face. Shakily, she then opened the note and went wide-eyed. With a shriek she dropped the letter as if burning. Read aloud, what does he say? Jiraiya asked with narrowed eyes. With a barely restrained whimper she started reading. To Tsunade Senju, Godame Hokage of Konoha. As you can see, I have all I need right here. I will not leave the life and home I have here to return to the very place that I was cast out from, nor to those cowards and backstabbers that defined themselves my friends. Even from a mile away I could hear the village celebrating the fact that I was banished, or as you eloquently put it, momentarily sent away to train, showing that no matter what I do for you all, a lot of you still hold a grudge against me. I wandered long and hard before I found myself in my new home, and I will not leave everything behind just for a house and some money, if you people would have ever gave me all that had I returned, that is. I know how me and my family will be treated should I return, and I will not subject my daughters to that falsity and lies or to your plans about using whatever power you think I have. Place a bounty on my head if you so wish, I don't care, but be prepared to go to war with all of Hyrule if you do. Here people knows what I did for them and their princess, and no one of them will take kindly should you try something. Do not contact me ever again. Sincerely, Naruto Link, farm hand and swordsman of Orden Village, brother of the Gorons, friend of the Zora and knight of Hyrule. P.S. Enclosed is a photo of myself, my wives and our daughters. Look at their faces and tell me why I should even just consider abandoning them for you people. P.P.S. Behind the letter there is a seal. Inside you will find the forehead protector you had sent, for I shall never again wear one. Leave me alone, old hag. I won't repeat myself. Tsunade then broke down and cried, uncaring of who was there watching. Damn it! Damn it all! Sasuke screamed, leaving the office and slamming the door as hard as he could. It's my fault! It's my fault! Sakura muttered between sobs, sitting on the floor crying. I'll be outside if you need me, Kakashi said with a dead voice, leaving the room without looking at the others. That's it. I am going to hunt the boy down myself once again. I failed the first time, but this time I will take him here. Jiraiya roared as he walked towards the window. And then what? Tsunade asked. I don't know, but I need to talk to him again, even just for the last time. The Toad Sage answered, jumping down. I am sorry, please forgive me. The woman muttered, remembering the boy's rage when he had been told of the exile. 10 years ago, near Wave Village. Team 7 was moving towards the small village in complete silence. Neither Sakura nor Sasuke had the strength to look towards their teammate while they were tree jumping. Their sensei Kakashi was trying to act professional, but the sighs he was letting out from time to time betrayed his nervousness. What's wrong? Too scared to talk? Naruto asked bitterly, the sneer on his face never faltering since their leaving Konoha. Listen, we already went through this. Hokage-sama had no other choice. The other villages, their kages and even their daimyos were pushing for this. Kakashi answered, grabbing his shoulder. The boy simply growled and shoved the hand away. No other choice. You wanted to fight the war. You wanted me to absorb that damned fruit once the Juubi turned into a tree because I was the only one that still had a Biju seal on his body since B was on the brink of death, and now you are all betraying me because I obeyed your orders. You had a lot of choices. The blonde bellowed. Like what? Sasuke demanded, glaring at him. TWAK. To their surprise, Naruto simply spun around and punched him on the nose, launching him down to the forest floor. You are the last one that should talk, you and that pink-haired bitch of your teammate. I devoted my whole life to bring your sorry ass back, getting almost killed by you every time we met, and after all this you take and betray me, again, the blonde answered with a raged scream. Naru, Sakura tried saying before freezing at the pure hate in his glare. Don't talk. I might have not said a thing, but you used me, again and again. I never forgot that fucking I love you used to try and stop me from saving your one true love's pathetic life. Have you any idea how much I desired to hear those words from you? And you just used them to obtain what you wanted. I should have known that I could not trust you, he answered, moving again towards Wave without looking at her. That's enough, Naruto, you said enough, Kakashi said with a calm tone. Shove it, Hatake! Just take me to that island and then take those 2 pieces of trash out of my sight, Naruto answered. Naruto, the man said with a sigh. 5 years. I'll be forced to spend 5 years in that island where I learn to control Yodajime until you all will be sure that I can control the new power and that I am still loyal to Konoha, just because I have the equivalent of the 9 Biju inside me and you lot feared that I would have attacked the other villages using the now 10-tailed fox against all of you. You can't pretend to see me smile at this bullshit. Even my so-called endless forgiveness has its limits. I almost died to take down Madara, and whatever that thing calling itself a princess was just to stop you all from dying like animals. And you repay me with this, the blonde said with a snarl. We will pay you visit. The others too, Sakura tried saying with a trembling voice, still incredulous that the smiling goofball she had knew since forever and more than once had tried to win her heart, was now so openly hating her. Don't say things you yourself don't believe. No one of you even tried to say something against that order. Apparently, since Tsunade had her hands tied by the other village's insistence was the perfect excuse for you all to turn your back on me. Even my so-called lover Hinata had not the backbone to at least say something against her clan. If we talk about a madman with Rinnegan eyes, all is fine, but if she has to go against her bigoted clan, then she is a coward. Just leave me alone and stop bothering me. We are no longer friends, so don't bother to sugarcoat what you all did, the blonde said. I am sorry, she said with a whimper. I don't care, he answered. The rest of the trip was silent after that. No one wanted to talk and restart the discussion about the blonde's banishment. Alt! We will take care of him from now on, an ANBU of Kumo said, appearing in front of them with other two, a three-man squad of ANBU from IWA, Mist, Grass, Taki and Suna also appearing around Team 7, surrounding the Konoha group. What's the meaning of this? Kakashi said in rage. I am sorry, Kakashi-senpai, we have orders to escort Naruto to the island, Yamato answered looking down, other two ANBU of Konoha joining him. Why? We are his team. We will be the ones to escort him. It's our right to stay with him, Sasuke demanded. You are too close to him. We will be the ones accompanying Naruto-san, so to stop any escape attempt, an ANBU of IWA answered. I knew it. I knew it was strange that you three proposed to accompany me. The Sharingan would have been able to keep me down while knowing I would follow my friends without resistance. And now the wood element, and a dozen of ANB will take your place since I am far away enough from the village, Naruto said with a sneer. No! I was not aware of this, I swear! Kakashi said with wide eyes. I don't believe you, Hataki, the blonde answered as chakra-suppressing handcuffs were closed around his hands. Sorry, I do this just to be sure you won't try anything, the ANBU of Suna said with a sad voice. Stuff it, Kankuro, Naruto answered, making the masked Nin flinch. Gaara was against this, Temari too, but we have our hands, Kankuro tried saying. You have your hands tied, I know, the other answered angrily. I am sorry, Kankuro answered with a sigh. Before we go, a last thing for the traitors, Naruto said, turning to his former team. Why yes? Sakura said with a worried voice. Tell to Tenten, Ino, Hinata, Hana, Temari, I am, Anko, Kurenai, Yugao and Shizen that soon I'll have everyone know our little secret, the blonde said with a vindictive smile. What? Sakura yelled in horror. What secret? Sasuke asked, a shiver running up his spine. No! Please! Don't tell him! Sakura begged, trembling. Why should I keep my promise? You all betrayed me, I am just paying you back, Naruto answered. Please, I beg you. The girl begged, kneeling down, surprising everyone else. Nah! You know what happened after the fight against Madara and the Juubi, Hataki? Once we reached peace, and before you all decided to stab me in the back, Hinata and I decided to try and see if a relationship could work between us. It was easy, mind you. She practically worships me, so it was hard for me to do something wrong in her eyes. Everything changed the day after we first slept together, Naruto said with a sick smile. Please, please, no, Sakura begged, crying as she saw his gleeful smile directed at her. Apparently Ino had developed a new jutsu able to scan people's memory without the victim taking notice. She saw Hinata with such an happy smile that she couldn't resist, and her gossip-oriented mind demanded her to know. So she used that technique on the Hyuga heiress, the boy said, drawing on the torture of his revelation. What happened then? Kakashi asked, intrigued by Sakura's despair-filled expression. Ino discovered how good I am in everything I do, sex comprised. It didn't took long before the girls I mentioned came to know that as well. Well, apparently their boyfriends, their Prince Charming, were not as good in bed as they were out of it. Even Choji and his expansion jutsu was apparently unable to satisfy Ino. Dimensions are useless if there is no talent behind it, Naruto answered. And oh! Sakura yelled, hiding her face in her hands as she cried. Sakura too? Sasuke asked, gulping down the bile, watching her with a betrayed expression. No. Please don't. The girl begged with a low whisper. Don't worry your silly head, Uchiha. I did not fuck her as I did with the others. At the time I still had some sort of respect for you, but I did eat her out once. It will be my most treasured memory, the fact that she openly admitted that I was able to give her more pleasure with my tongue than you with your penis. You were right. Revenge is the most sweet thing. The blonde answered. Is that true? Sasuke asked with a trembling voice, watching Sakura nod before breaking down in a desperate crying. Did she propose to have sex too? The Uchiha boy asked. Nah. She loves you. We did that 69 thing only once. After that she felt awful, so we pretended it never happened. But that one time was more than enough for me. The other answered. And Hinata? Kakashi asked. Too much spineless. She almost went into shock because we had sex before a marriage. The others just blackmailed me and her into this with the notion of them telling Hayashi everything and me with the threat of accusing me of rape. I had my way with Temari and Tenten just because I did have feelings for them. The others? I was just their plaything, a way to stick it to their current boyfriends because they cheated on them or were not as willing as they wanted them. The blonde answered. Temari? But she has Shikamaru, Kankura said, shocked. Really? I didn't know that, I swear, the blonde answered with wide eyes. Yeah, we kinda were waiting to use it as an excuse to strengthen Suna and Konoha's relationship. How many times she asked you to do that? The other answered, his wide eyes hidden by the mask. Every day. If that lazy bastard doesn't start being more active, he will lose her. I did have some feelings for your sister, that's why I held the secret. I really hoped that we could have had some sort of relationship, Naruto confessed, passing a hand through his hair with a tired sigh. I am sorry. At the time I didn't know about that. I was told she was not in a relationship. Tell her I won't say a thing about her. But also tell her that she disgusts me. Instead of admitting she already has someone, she prefers to stay with him and betray him whenever he is not present. Tell her that I am ashamed of her, sorry, he then said with a pained expression. So she didn't tell you about Chika. The scandal may be a bad blow on her image, but she'll have only herself to blame. I'll try to explain this to Gaara, Kankuro answered with a sad sigh. Thanks. Let's go, we're late, an ANBU of Kumos said, grabbing Naruto's arm to drag him gently. Okay, I don't see why I should run away. I am surrounded by cowards and traitors after all. This will be my occasion to leave them behind for a few years, Naruto said, head dropped down as he started walking. Wait. I wasn't told. I will come visit. I promise, Kakashi yelled with wide eyes. I am sorry, but it was decided that other than the several ANBU squads from every village, no one will be able to visit him for security reasons, an ANBU from Miss said, shaking her head. Why, I am not surprised, the blonde muttered as he walked away. Wait. He is still my student. I have every right to see him, Kakashi said in anger. You never were my sensei back there, Hataki. What should be different now? Naruto answered without looking back, he and his escort disappearing behind the trees. I am sorry, Kakashi-senpai. I can't do a thing, I am sorry, Yamato said with a sigh. He then moved to join the rest of the ANBU, leaving Team 7 behind. Let's go home. I need to speak with Tsunade-sama, Kakashi said with a cold voice. Sasuke! I am... Sakura tried saying. Shut up! Just shut up! I am only happy that you stopped at that, but if we had a problem you should have told me, not run away and ask someone else. At least he never hold it over my head and never pressed for more. I don't give a damn about the others. Those bitches cheated on the others with a smile on their faces. At least I can see some regret in your face, the boy answered. Thank you, she said with a weak smile. This doesn't mean I forgive you. I would like to say that I will never forgive Naruto either, but seeing what he was condemned to, I can't find any strength in me to hate him. I would have probably done the same. At least my staying imprisoned would have been easier knowing how much I had ruined my betrayers' lives. It may take a while for me to forgive you though. The Uchiha boy answered. It's all my fault, Kakashi said, shaking his head with a sigh. We are all at fault, sensei, Sasuke said, falling silent for the rest of the trip back in Konoha. Route towards the island boat. Naruto, I am sorry, Yamato said, nearing the silent boy. Save it, I don't care, he answered. After the war and what happened with the Juubi, everyone was in apprehension. The only other Biju around is Killer Bee, and you still have part of the eight-tailed beast inside you as well as the Kyuubi and the other Bijus. Tsunade-sama tried to stall the thing as much as she could, but in the end she had to relent and accept this solution. The alternative was putting you in a seal-empowered coma and closing you somewhere, hoping that the surplus of chakra would have kept you alive, but forever asleep, Yamato said with a sad tone. She is a 10-tailed fox now. You were afraid because you could see that after years of abuse I could now have revenge for every Jinchuriki that you all used as you saw fit, especially Konoha. You feared that now I would have been able to lash out and make you pay the price of your actions, the blonde said with a sneer. No! While there you will be able to train and learn how to control the new chakra. In the meantime, Tsunade-sama and Gaara-sama will do their best to teach people to respect you and the other sacrifice, Yamato said rapidly, worried about the boy. You people had all my life to learn to respect me. I can't see that change in 5 years if after 19 nothing changed. You know what is the sad thing? Back when Obito was still at the start of his war plans, in that same island I was forced to face my dark side before starting my training to control Yodajimai's chakra. He told me that Konoha and the elemental countries would still hate me no matter what I do. I refused and told him that it wasn't true, that I would have changed everyone's view about me. But he was right in the end. I bet he is having a laugh at me right now, Naruto answered, his eyes moving towards the faint outline of the island as they moved closer, the other boats with the ANBU coming closer to them so to keep an eye on him. The best ANBU of every village, the most trustworthy of the various kages and daimyos, all of them here to keep me in check and stop each other from trying anything, as if any of them won't try to subtly talk me into ditching Konoha for their village, as if I will leave a village of backstabbers for another. He then added, I will protect you, Yamato said, moving a hand on the boy's shoulder. Spare me, Yamato-san, you will just protect Konoha from me, just like everyone. You don't care about my well-being. Gigi apparently was the only one to care and he is dead, the blonde answered, shoving the hand away to move on the front of the ship and ignoring how every ANBU moved to follow his every step without even trying to be discreet about it. You still have me, Kit, the massive fox said with a sigh, the 10 tails lazily moving around the cage-free seal. I know. I would just have preferred you telling me sooner that you are a girl, the blonde mentally answered. After Haku I saw that you had problems telling the two sexes apart. He gave me the idea of saying that I am a male, the Juubi fox said with a mischievous grin. And that name? The sage initially called me Kurama, then he saw that I was female and apologized by changing it. Even if the name would have been still good, he insisted. He was very similar to you in a lot of ways, Yodajimai answered. I am related to him after all, but what should I do now? Naruto asked. We make them happy. We train 1 year and in the meantime we'll orchestrate our escape and leave those sorry bastards behind. Soon the Hachibi's power will completely join me, leaving behind just the mind and spirit. Then we'll see how good they will be without the treat of a Jinchuriki, she answered. So B will be what? The vessel of the no-tailed ox? Naruto asked. Yes, I am now the true form of the Juubi and that power belongs to me. The sage gave us personality, soul and mind, the rest will be mine once more. Once that happen I will help you run away, the fox answered. Taking away their last Biju before leaving the bastards behind? I like that. If only you had an human body, I would so much kiss you right now, the blonde answered. For now let's just focus on escaping those idiots, you teaser, the Biju answered smirking. It was with a sense of pleasure that Naruto observed every NBU tense at his predatory smile. his prankster mind already turning at high speed to plan his great escape from the ninja world. 2 hours later, Island Waterfall. Near the tall waterfall, Naruto could see a solitary cabin that had been built there near the shore of the small lake. Under the wall of water, several posts were instead on the various branches of the trees, signaling where the ANBU escort would be stationing to keep an eye on him. "Home sweet home, any?" an IWA ANBU said jokingly. Naruto only answered with a glare and a throaty growl, making the masked man let out a nervous laugh and step back a little in discomfort. "Can I use summons? I need them for my sage training," the blonde asked. "Only the small ones, don't try anything funny, please," Kankuro begged. "Don't sweat it, I have all intentions to advance my training," Naruto answered with a sneer. "For now," he then added mentally. "Good, I will personally bring you food so you'll know people won't tamper with it. I will even taste it before for you," Yamato said. "Fine. I will wash my clothes by myself though. I don't trust you people to not try sneak in some seals," the blonde answered. "You don't trust us?" Kankuro asked with a sad voice. "Not anymore," the other said. "We won't try to brainwash you, we all just want you to learn to control that chakra, nothing more and nothing less. We will even spar with you to help you become stronger," an ANBU from Spring said hopefully. "Then you could just have asked instead of kicking me out of my home," Naruto yelled. "It was needed to reassure the more unfriendly elements of the elemental nations. We needed to show them that you were treated like a prisoner to make them happy," Kankuro explained. "You mean the ones that still think that a Jinchuriki is nothing more than a tool? A brainless animal?" "Regretfully, yes. Some people still follow that train of thought. After what happened in the last war, our Kages decided that it was time to change things," an ANBU from the Water Daimyo Palace answered with a nod. "A bit too late, don't you think?" Naruto said with a snarl, walking on the water to reach a small platform in front of the waterfall and sitting down to focus natural chakra. "He is still bitter about this," the masked man muttered. "I don't blame him, but he will come around, eventually," Kankuro said with a sigh. "I have a bad feeling about this instead," Yamato said, shaking his head. "Don't worry, he won't escape, it's impossible," an ANBU of Kumo answered with a chuckle. "There! Now I know that I won't be able to sleep," Yamato said with a despaired moan. "You really had to jinx it, don't you?" Kankuro added with a defeated sigh. "What did I say?" the Kumo nin asked in confusion. A week later, Island, Naruto's hut. "Hello, B. What brings you here?" Naruto asked cheerfully, watching the Kumo Jinchuriki sit in front of him with a tired expression. "Just wanted to see, how are you?" B answered with a faint panting, accepting the sake dish the other offered him. "You seem tired, training too much?" the blonde asked, hiding his smirk with the cup he was drinking from. "I don't know, I have spent the last 3 days eating and sleeping, but my reserves refuse to recharge," the man answered with a sigh. "Did you talk with the doctor? What does Hachi says?" Naruto asked. "Apparently my chakra is dissipating, but they don't understand why that is happening. Hachi instead spend most of the time sleeping. The few times he is awake he says that he feels drained. It's probably just the stress of the fight against the Juubi and Madara. I am sure it will be just a matter of time before you recover," Naruto answered. "I hope so, my rap is resenting this. I can't sing if I need to catch my breath every 3 words," Killer Bee said with a defeated sigh. "Your rap would be awful no matter what," the blonde said with a smirk. "Brat, you are just jealous of my talent," the other said with a frown. "If you say so," the young man answered with a smirk. Meanwhile, Konoha, Hokage office. "Why I can't visit him? He is my student!" Kakashi yelled, slamming his hand on the woman's desk. "Calm down! As I said, I still can't let people from Konoha visit him. The news of his banishment is still too new. Once people have calmed down, you people will have all the liberty to go there," Tsunade answered with narrowed eyes. "As if they will ever stop celebrating. Look at them. Wars, invasions and missions, all useless. No matter what, they can't see past the appearances," Kakashi yelled. "I had no other choice. It was either this or putting him in a coma. I was against this since the beginning, but I couldn't face the fear of the whole elemental countries. The woman answered, her desk cracking under her fist. I would have never done that. I would have fought for keeping him here instead of accepting it, the masked jounin said with narrowed eyes. He was not surprised of being punched fully on the face and launched against the wall. Don't you dare put me in the same league as them. I tried everything to stop them, everything. I had to relent, I had no other choice, Tsunade said, marching back behind her desk and dropping on her seat with a loud sigh. There is always another choice. I thought that Naruto managed to teach at least that to everyone else. Kakashi answered, limping out of the door, ignoring the Hokage's enraged yelling. Out of my office! Out! Out! Tsunade screamed in absolute fury. Once her office was empty, she dropped her shoulder and cried once again for what she knew was the worst decision she had ever took. Konoha, streets. It was only once, I swear! It means nothing! Ino was yelling with wide eyes. Means nothing? Forcing a friend to be your sex toy with the threat of a scandal is nothing, Chuji answered. You are a wonderful boyfriend, sweet and caring, but... She tried saying. But I can't make you scream? Or was just the thrill of doing it in secret? Or even the fact you could control someone else to do what you wanted? Chuji asked back. No! It wasn't that, you idiot! You were simply unable to understand how to properly do that, the now enraged girl screamed. Of course! You cheat on me and it's all my fault! How cruel of me! The Akimichi boy answered, throwing his arms up in mock disbelief. Tenten! While those two were arguing, Niji marched towards the weapon user with a disgusted sneer on his face. What do you want? She asked back. I had a talk with the Uchiha. Do you know what he did tell me? He said with a frown. The same thing he told to every male of Konoha apparently, Tenten answered, crossing her arms. You are awfully calm about this. Does cheating on me mean so little to you? Niji asked, glaring at her. Considering that you were having an affair with that girl from the market district, I call it payback, she answered simply. How did you know that? Niji asked with wide eyes. She likes to brag about it. I happened to be in earshot and decided to pay you back for the thing, and let me tell you this, he was better than you in every way possible, dimensions included, the girl said with a vindictive smirk. Why you? Niji growled in rage. They won't be the only ones arguing for that. Sasuke had took his time to have the scandal spread widely in the village, making certain to have Hinata and the other girls take the blame if not the biggest part of it. In a way, it was his way to pay for his betrayal and give to the blonde his rightful revenge. In his mind, if Naruto had to suffer for his banishment, the others too would be requested to share the burden of it. And there wasn't a better expert in revenge than Sasuke. 1 year later, Island, Waterfall. It had been a difficult year for Naruto. The excess of chakra had been the most difficult to control, making him almost return to an academy student level in terms of control over it. But in 6 months and with the ludicrous abuse of shadow clones he had managed to return to an acceptable level. The various ANBU too were helpful, helping him both with sparring or throwing him kunais from every direction to help him training in evasion. The new, improved chakra cloak of the fox had been a thrilling sensation that had made him feel high on energy the first time he tried it. He had also received some angry letters from the various girls followed by the more gentle ones from the boys. He had been surprised to hear how Sasuke had apparently took on himself to spread the thing. The blonde had said that just to mock Sakura, but it seemed that the Uchiha boy had took him seriously. Oh well. When 3 months earlier he had asked to the young toad in front of him to tell Gamabunta to erase his name from the summoning contract, he had almost laughed at the summon's horrified face. Barely a minute later a messenger toad has come to ask if Naruto could summon Gamabunta to the various ANBU. When the answer had been negative, the toad summoning clan boss was called by the messenger itself. The tirade the giant toad gave to the blonde had then been loud, angry and filled with curses. In exchange of the boy not removing himself from the contract, a secret accord had been made. Listen! A tiny toad had whispered in the boy's ear, hiding in his clothes to not be seen. What do you want? Naruto asked, feigning a meditative pose. The boss is not happy of your situation. He wants to help you escape in exchange of you not removing your name from our contract. The summon answered. I am surprised to hear this, the blonde said. Having a summoner renounced to a contract is a mark of infamy for a summoning clan. The scandal may ruin us, the toad answered with a sigh. What would stop Jiraiya from reverse summoning me? Naruto asked. We can't stop you from erasing your name, but we can forbid Jiraiya from doing that. Those two are two different things. I don't trust you to not trap me for some half-cocked reason. We can give you our word, and thanks for everything you did for us and the elemental countries against the Juubi, the toad said. Fine. Here is what I need you to do, the blonde said, ready to explain his plan and the toad's summoning clan part in it. Now Naruto was calmly standing in front of the waterfall, his reflection gaining the aspect of his hidden self and giving him an appreciative nod with a devious smirk. Summoning, the young man said, biting his thumb, flying through hand seals and then slamming both palms on the terrain to summon the huge Gamabunta. As expected, the whole ANBU escort jumped down to surround the boy, ready to knock him down. Always on guard. What do you want, Gaki? The toad boss asked, puffing out a huge ring of smoke from his pipe. I want you to erase my name from the toad summoning contract, Naruto said. Again. For the last time, no. I won't let you make my clan appear like fools for abandoning us. Gamabunta answered with a ferocious growl. You all betrayed me. I don't need to summon other traitors to add salt to the wounds, the blonde answered. And then what? What summons would you use then? The giant toad asked, crossing his arms. I don't know, the snakes maybe, he answered with a dark smirk. What? It hurts, eh? It hurts watching someone you know stabbing your back like that, Naruto said with a cold laugh. Fight me, brat. If you manage to land a single serious hit on me, I will remove your name, but in exchange you will promise to never think about joining the Snake Clan, Gamabunta said with a deep frown. And if I lose? The blonde asked. Then your name remains on the contract and you stop this foolishness and become a good and respectful summoner, the toad boss answered. Fine to me, come at me, Froggy, Naruto said with a smirk. Damn you, the summon said, charging at the boy, forcing the ANBU to jump away to not be squashed. Stop! An ANBU of IWA tried to say before the huge blade of Gamabunta went unsheathed and almost cleaved him in half. He decided to keep his opinions to himself after that. Stay still! I will just cut you down to pieces! Gamabunta yelled, taking a wide swipe, destroying the small house of the boy and taking down few trees with the power behind it. As if, Naruto said, stepping over the blade to jump away. Take this, the toad boss said, taking in a huge breath. Shit! Naruto cursed as the huge bullet of water impacted with the terrain near him, washing him away with the torrent worth of water. What's wrong? Am I too much for you, Gaki? You would like that, Froggy. Kagebushin no Jutsu, the blonde said, crossing his fingers, summoning a dozen of clones around him. Numbers won't help, the toad boss said, chopping down wave after wave of clones, ignoring the cries of the ANBU to stop the fight. But this will. Fuma Shuriken, Naruto said, summoning 200 clones, half of them turning into huge shurikens for the others to launch. Chi! That's it, Gamabunta said, boringly jumping to evade the weapons and catching one in his hand, looking at the small thing between his fingers with a small chuckle. You should know me, I like to be unpredictable, Naruto said. Ha ha! Then get serious, you won't win this otherwise, the giant toad said with a long laugh, tossing the Fuma Shuriken behind his back, the strength behind the throw making the weapon disappear over the horizon. Well, I have one instead, Gamabunta, Naruto answered with a wide smirk. The toad boss said in surprise. What do you mean, Naruto? Yamato asked in confusion, the other ANBU behind him too nodding to show their confusion. Oh, that's easy. I just escaped an island full of trained ANBU, sensor ninjas and several other guards thanks to Gamabunta, the blonde answered, his smirk widening even more. What do you mean? The toad asked, confused. It was not a shuriken, the one you tossed away. Luckily you grabbed me instead of one of the clones. Thanks for the flight, by the way. The blonde answered. No. No. Yamato said with wide eyes full of horror. Give my thanks to Killer Bee. By now Hachi should be already recovering. He won't have all his chakra since that now belongs to me, but at least he is still alive. Naruto said, erupting in a mad laugh. Find him! Find him! An ANBU from Suna yelled frantically. I am too far by now, J.A.N.E., the blonde said, he and the others disappearing in a chorus of puff noises. Just to be clear, I didn't know that the shuriken was the gaki. I need to go. Sorry about that, by the way. Gamabunta said with a sheepish smile, disappearing from the area to return home to celebrate the success of the escape mission. Told you, never say that something is impossible when talking with him. He will just do his worst to prove you wrong. Kankura said with a sigh, shaking his head as the other ANBU run away to find the blonde. What have I done? Yamato muttered. You nothing, we as a whole. We gave him enough reasons to leave the elemental countries behind and never return. I need to go. Gaara will want me to hear how things are going, and I fear he will skin me alive for this. The painted boy answered with a whimper, already imagining the wrath of the former Ichibi Jinchuriki and current Kazekage. With the transformed blonde. The Fuma shuriken was still spinning through the air as it flew above the sea. Once passing over a lone merchant ship, it transformed back into Naruto, a wide smile on the blonde's face. There it is, perfectly in time, he said, trying to glide towards the ship. Wherever it goes doesn't matter, from there we will just take the first ship that leaves the elemental countries never to return. The Juubi fox answered as the teen landed in the water, resurfacing and then standing on it. It was hard to not have those bakas understand why I wanted to spend some time on the beach of the island, but I needed to see when that ship would pass near enough for me to reach it, once every 2 months at this hour. Perfect execution. Naruto answered. Yes, we are awesome, I know. The Biju answered with a proud smile. Hey there! Can you give me a hand? The blonde asked, jogging towards bewildered crew that saw him fall from the sky. And how do you know how to walk on water? One of the men on the ship asked with a curious expression. He had a pair of pointy ears but otherwise was pretty normal looking. Trained to use few tricks, Naruto answered. Are you a mage? The man asked with narrowed eyes. Nope. A warrior that is trying to have a new chance at life. I am tired of fighting, the blonde answered. Let him. An old man said in a language the blonde did not know. You sure, old man? The other asked back. He good eyes? The old man answered. He seemed to have problems talking. Fine. Jump up, boy. Old man Link says you are good, so for this one time I will trust him. I am Shilon, captain of this ship. We are leaving those waters and returning to Hyrule, so maybe we are not the ship you need, the man said. No, it's exactly what I need. If I return to the elemental countries I won't ever be free to have a normal life. If I need to work here to repay you, then so be it. Hard work never scared me, the blonde answered, accepting the captain's hand to jump on the ship's deck. Good to hear that. Now I just need to teach you Hylian so you will be able to understand what the others back home say. I hope you are a fast learner because we only have 6 weeks before reaching home, Shilon said with a sigh. I usually are. I'll try to learn the basics and then just gesticulate a lot, Naruto answered with a smirk. That usually works fine as well. What's your name, boy? The captain asked with an amused tone. Naruto, just Naruto, he answered, refusing to give too much information to stop future researches. Nephew, Link, hi, the same old man said, his musical language interrupted by the groans of pain from his throat. What? The blonde asked. The old man, that should not talk because he still has a damned wound on his throat, Shilon said, glaring momentarily at the old man. He is suggesting to give you his same name and tell people that you are his nephew so you will hide better. I don't know why you should hide from your home, but the lesser I know the more away from trouble I will be, the captain said. So I should be? Naruto Link, Yeah, it sounds strange. We'll just say that you have a malformation in your ears that you don't like to talk about. Sorry, but those are pretty strange, the man said, raising his hands in a placating manner. Same goes for me. With those ears you look like elves, Naruto commented. Whatever, now come, while you help on the ship I'll try to give you a small lesson of Hylian language and manners. Old man Link will take care of the rest. He works in farm back in Orden village. A new ranch hand will be surely appreciated there, Shalone said, patting on Naruto's shoulder. Why he is here on this ship? The blonde asked. He likes to travel at sea. The doctors suggested to try to see if the air of the sea would have helped heal his wound and give him back his voice. It didn't work, the captain answered with a sad tone. Is that wound so bad? He used to be a warrior. An arrow to the throat almost killed him. He managed to survive with just losing his voice. Since then he works in that farm. I was there when he was told that he would have probably remained mute for the rest of his life. He didn't take that well. I was the one to present him to the ranch owner. He is pretty good from what my friend told me, Shalone said. I see. Well, it's thanks to him if you people took me in. May as well repay him by helping him at the farm, Naruto answered. Glad to hear this, boy. Now come, I'll show you where the cleaning supplies are. You'll start from the basics. Ha 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 ha, the captain said with a loud laugh. Meanwhile, while the boy was slowly learning how to help the merchants and taking lessons in Hylian language, back in the elemental countries utter chaos exploded as the news of Naruto's escape rapidly became new, even though the ones knowing the blonde enough were not surprised to hear that he managed in what seemed an impossible task. The real tragedy arrived when the Toad summoning clan had accidentally let slip the fact that he was the son of Minato Namikaze, Yondaime of Konoha, turning what were only voices and speculations into pure facts, making the veritable hunt for the blonde became frantic, helped by the fact that Jiraiya could not reverse summon the blonde because he had somehow prevented the Toads from doing so. Or at least that was what he was being told every time he asked. All of this was unknown to Naruto. But even if he knew that, he wasn't about to care, focused as he was into looking for a new life in the land of Hyrule, far and far away from Konoha and every bad memories the elemental countries held for him. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 1,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 2,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Chapter 1. Another heroic quest of awesome. Orden Village, 3 years after Naruto's escape. It had been 3 years since Naruto had left the elemental nations behind to start his new life and hopefully forget about his past as a shinobi. At the beginning it had been hard to move from being a warrior to being in help in a farm, especially when knowing just the bare essentials of Hylian language, but as usual, it was nothing that a constant abuse of the shadow clone jutsu applied with whatever he learned with school books in tandem with the captain of the ship that had brought him there could not resolve. Now, after 3 long years of boring lessons, he could talk almost freely with the people of the village, and between his attitude and his working at the farm, he had made way more friends than the ones he had back in Konoha, and something told him that this time, they were real friends. He was also loving the perks. In being a farmhand, he never thought that riding an horse could be that funny. The mare that stuck to him like glue seemed to second his thoughts as she literally forbidden everyone else from riding her. She was Naruto's precious Epona-chan. After all. Now there he was, taking a pause after another lesson of swordsmanship with Russell, the main protector of the village, and talking about simple things as the day was slowly turning to night, both teacher and student walking towards the entrance of the village before stopping to watch the sun reflecting on the spirit's spring waters. That was another thing that surprised Naruto, the aura of mysticism that permeated the land of Hyrule and its surrounding territory. He wasn't new to goddesses and spirits, and ghosts still terrified him. But ever since he arrived it was as if those spirits were in fact there to watch over the land and its inhabitants. He could almost feel their eyes on him. Naruto, Russell said, sitting down in front of the water, patting on a patch of grass near him to sign the blonde to sit down. Feeling philosophical all of a sudden? Naruto asked with a chuckle, sitting near the man. I was just thinking, tell me, do you ever feel a strange sadness as dusk falls? They say it's the only time when our world intersects with theirs, the only time we can feel the lingering regrets of spirits who have left our world. That is why loneliness always pervades the hour of twilight. Russell answered with a sigh. I always thought that our precious people never leave us. Instead, they are our driving force and represent our will to do great things. An old friend of mine helped me learn this lesson. It never failed to bring me strength, even during twilight. Naruto answered. He was a good friend then. Friends are good when they help us learn something new about ourselves. But enough talk of sadness. I have a favor to ask you, Naruto, the swordsman said. What do you need? The boy asked back. I was supposed to deliver something to the royal family of Hyrule the day after tomorrow, and well, Russell asked nervous. Wasn't the mayor adamant in having you to deliver it? Naruto said with a raised eyebrow. Well, yes, it was a task set to me by the mayor, but would you go in my stand? The man asked hopeful. Why? You have never been to Hyrule, right? Ever since you arrived here in Orden you never left the village. In the kingdom of Hyrule there is a great castle, and around it is Castle Town, a community far bigger than our little village. Russell said. Well, it's not so hard to be bigger than us, old man. Naruto answered with a smirk, getting a playful smack on the back of his head in answer. Smartass, the rest of the world the gods created is even bigger than Hyrule, and I think that you should look upon it all with your own eyes instead of confining yourself in our village. I saw how sometimes you seem lost and thought about something, and yet you actually stop yourself from exploring this wide world. The man said with a sad sigh. I have my reasons, Russell, maybe one day I'll tell you. Naruto answered with a sigh himself, watching the man get up and offer him his hand. It is getting late, we should head back to the village. I will talk to the mayor about this matter. Russell answered, helping the boy to his feet. Good luck with that. Ilya is the only one that he usually listens to when he starts throwing a tantrum because someone doesn't want to follow his ideas. The blonde said with a smirk. Yes, don't remember me that. I guess I will have to play my cards right if I want to see him accept this. The man answered, loading on Epona's back several loads of wood for the village. Remember to close the gate to the bridge, old man. Last time we got an earful for letting the monkeys with an easy way to enter Orden. Naruto said, strapping the last load on the mare's back while patting her head affectionately. I am still saying that it was actually your fault for that. I remember me asking you to close it since I had my hands full. Russell answered. I remember the thing being the other way around, but if you say so. The blonde said with a wide smile. Loud mouth and smartass, a terrible combination, the man muttered with a sigh. Come on, old man. If it wasn't for me, you people would all be dead of boredom. Naruto answered, both moving back towards the village. That is also true, the kids of the village simply love you. If I do something they will personally make me pay, the swordsman answered with a chuckle. See? That's better. Just admit that I am awesome and everything will be okay, Naruto said with a superior smirk on his face. Brat, Russell muttered, shaking his head with an amused smile. Meanwhile, elemental country's Suna. A henge Jiraiya walked out of one of the most frequented bar of the village, having hoped to hear from the numerous shinobi customers about his missing student. It had been a disaster when the news of Naruto's escape became public knowledge. Every single village, big or small, went into a frenzy and had sent their best trackers and hunter Nin to find the boy and, secretly, tried to have him join them. Konoha above anyone else went absolutely crazy in order to find the running blonde. He along Team Kakashi had literally upturned every single rock from Konoha to spring in order to find him. Sasuke, Sakura, Sai and Kakashi were practically jumping at every rumor about people meeting someone even barely matching Naruto's description and hunting down whoever may have met him. The Uchiha boy was showing signs of mental breakdown after every unsuccessful attempt, and Tsunade herself wasn't in any better shape, the last poor bastard that tried to suggest her being too much attached to Naruto to be an impartial leader had been beheaded by the woman without even a second thought. The Senju woman had then imposed martial law and quite crudely reminded people that she was in charge, and that until the blonde was returned to the village every failed attempt at bringing her godson back would have been met with violence should the failing be coming from a sloppy job instead of misinformation. Tsunade had unleashed the best trackers in every possible team to find Naruto, helped by the now widely known status of the boy as the Yandame's son, making the posters with his faces multiply in the Hunternine's usual meeting points. In no case there was an order different than capture on sight, with huge penalties should the boy being harmed in any way, no matter how insignificant the bruise was. He himself had to wear a henge whenever outside Konoha for meeting his spies in the other villages, as Suna and several others weren't particularly helpful when seeing his face inside their walls. Letting out a sigh, Jiraiya calmly walked towards the local inn where he would spend the night before trying once again his luck in Wave Village, hoping to find there some traces since the blonde was a national hero for them, and so easy to track should he even just pass by. The toads say that they can't reverse summon him no matter how many times they try. I can't understand how he did that, but at least he hasn't erased his name from the contract. With that I will at least know if he is in danger or dead. The toad sage muttered with a sigh, shivering at the idea of the blonde being dead. All of this because she didn't want to fight the banishment order. He hissed angrily. Konoha, Hokage Tower. So? Did you two find anything? Tsunade asked. Sigh. Nothing, Hokage-sama. We inspected the area where Naruto fought the Toad Boss. There me and few others tried to analyze the possible angle, speed and distance Naruto could have covered while transformed into that Fuma Shuriken. Shikamaru Nara answered with a tired sigh. And? She asked. It's hard to say. He could have dispelled the henge any time after being thrown away. Our best guess is that he waited to be over the sea and then turned back to normal, then used the huge quantity of chakra and stamina at his disposal to run on water until returned somewhere near Kumo. Then, we have no way to know which direction he took. Shino Aburame answered, shaking his head. He probably hoped for Gamabunta to dodge the attack and then use the confusion of his clones battling the toad to distract the ANBU escort and sneak away. True to his infernal luck, he instead got grabbed and then threw away by the unsuspecting summon. Tsunade said with a sigh. This is troublesome. Any news from Spring? He's a hero there. Shikamaru asked. Nothing. Kurenai and her team just returned empty-handed. Well, almost. They got several death threats if we even so much try to look out for him there again. Should he be found in their territory, Princess Koyuki stated that he would be recognized as their citizen and her private guard. Any recovery mission then would be treated as a direct attack. Tsunade answered with a defeated sigh. We will find him, Hokage-sama, don't worry, we will bring him back. Shino said. How's Kakashi? The woman asked. Still angry, Tsunade-sama. He refused to explain why he tried to sneak out of the village and why he attacked Yamato when he tried to stop him. Enko and Ibiki say that he probably tried to hunt Naruto by himself, and once he saw Yamato he went into a blind rage because believing him responsible of the boy's escape. Shikamaru answered. Tell Ibiki to let Kakashi go, I'll talk to him myself. After that he will resume his duties as captain of Team Kakashi. He suffered enough as it is, he just chooses to cope with the pain in the wrong way. She ordered one of the ANBU in her office. As you wish, the masked nin said with a bow. His team is not in a better shape either. Sakura and Sasuke are just now calming down, Shino said. Both are just waiting for good enough proof of Naruto's position to take him back. Now those two are just training to be strong enough to beat the Gaki to a pulp and drag him back by force. Tsunade answered. The banishment will expire in another 2 years though, Shikamaru said with a sigh. People doesn't seem to care. They saw how poor of a choice it was and now are planning to use it to lull him under their control with promises of a better life in their villages. I just want him back as my godson. I don't give a damn if he then decides to stop being a shinobi and work as a gardener. I just want him back here. She answered with a sigh herself. Maybe he will come back once those 2 years passed, and he is just staying low to avoid problems, Hokage-sama. Maybe he will decide to come back by himself once this time passed. Shino proposed. trying to sound convincing instead of monotone. I hope so, Shino. I really hope so, she answered with a subtle sob, once again berating herself for permitting all of that to happen. The next day, Orden Village, Naruto's home. Hey! Naruto! Hey! Naruto! You there? A voice called out from outside, making the blonde groan and sleepily walking towards the window. Hoi! What's wrong, Father? He asked. Hey, you mind helping me herd the goats? They ain't listening to me lately, the man asked with a needy expression. I am coming, so stop yelling. Naruto answered with a groan. It was not a surprise that father needed help. He remembered how stubborn those animals were. He almost showed up his ninja training when during his first week of work those beasts almost ran him over. He had been on the brink of using a Rasengan and turned them to pieces when he remembered his vote of keeping his abilities hidden. Still grumbling about being woke up, he wore his working uniform, a plain white sleeveless shirt over plain pale green pants, and his old shinobi sandals. Former ninja or not, those were very, very comfortable. Hey, where's Epona? Father asked. What? What are you? Wait here, I'll take care of that. Naruto answered with wide eyes, before narrowing them at seeing the recent traces of the mare moving towards the spirit spring. Come on now, hurry on up and bring Epona with you, the other said with a moan. It will take a minute, wait for me at the ranch, I'll be there, the blonde said, hurrying to follow the traces and hopefully show to the poor bastard taking his horse why that was a very bad idea. Spirit Spring. When he finally arrived at the spring, he found Ilia, the mayor's daughter, calmly petting his horse with a gentle smile on her face, giggling when Epona gently bumped her head against her hand. Her smile grew wider when she saw Naruto looking at her with crossed arms. Oh, hi, Naruto, she said. What are you doing? He asked. I washed Epona for you, Ilia answered. Oh, really? Naruto said, smiling himself and coming closer to her. Ahoo! Epona is a girl too, so you have to treat her nice like one, she answered, crossing her arms. You mean in the same way I treat you? He asked, caressing her now very red cheek. I prefer you not to, actually, she answered, kissing him rather passionately. Another quirk of living in Orden Village, she loved the wild and the nature and had a gentle nature that remembered Naruto of Hinata. But with a way stronger will and backbone, he had by chance caught her bathing and expected a fierce beating like Erosen and was usually the victim of. His reaction changed to surprise when Ilia jokingly asked if he wanted to join her. Catching the trap, he countered by doing just that, all to her surprise, and that became a challenge about who would be the first to embarrass the other the most. Every dirty jokes of him were countered by double entendre and innuendo from her. The problem was that after a year of seclusion with only ANBU males around, followed by 2 years of just working in a farm, had left the normally very sexually active blonde with a pent-up situation even he could barely control. When Ilia finally admitted defeat and walked out of the water, showing that she was wearing absolutely nothing, he snapped and pounced on her. 6 hours of screaming herself hoarse later, Ilia caved and accepted of becoming his girlfriend, admitting of having developed a crush for him in the 2 years he worked at the ranch. That resulted in another 2 hours of happy debauchery that forced him to explain why he had that monstrous stamina while carrying the exhausted girl on his back towards the village. The funny thing was that once arrived, the villagers alerted them of some monster being near where they were, since they could hear terrifying screams coming from the woods, never understanding why Ilia blushed like mad whenever that was being said. After that incident, which had Naruto asked for mercy profusely and continuously, the two started a more normal relationship, obviously hiding from her father that they kept having fun in the woods whenever possible. The thing also further enlarged the legend about a screaming witch living in the woods, always asking for something stronger or harder. Not now, people may see us here, Ilia said with a whisper, moaning as his hand moved on her ass to give it a strong squeeze. I was joking, don't worry, I am actually here to take Epona. They need a hand at the ranch to hoard the goats, he answered, smirking at her pout. Really? She asked with a sad tone. Later tonight, okay? I will go collect some wood and you can accompany me to be sure I won't get into trouble, Naruto said. Will you use that shadow clone trick of yours again? She asked with hopeful eyes. Miss Ilia wants another gangbang? Oh my! Who would have known that the daughter of our esteemed mayor was such a pervert? Naruto said in mock surprise. Idiot, feel lucky that I just love you so much, otherwise I would have made you pay for having your way with me the first time. Ilia answered with an offended pout. I'm sorry, he said looking down. Hey, it was wonderful, I would have just preferred it being a little more romantic, but since then you had been gentle and caring. In this year we have been together you have been wonderful and have more than repaid me for that. I also lost counts of how many times you said that you were sorry and how much you pampered me, so stop the pity party. Ilia asked, using a finger to have him watch the girl in her eyes, giving him a playful peck on his nose with a smile on her face. I should not have snapped like that though, he said. No, you should have not, but after all those dates, flowers, rides on Epona and helps you gave me I forgave you. I was surprised to hear that you lasted 3 years without sex after practically having an affair with half the girls of your old village. By the way, you have an iron will, she said. Thanks, he said with a grateful smile, his eyebrows furrowing when her hands sneaked inside his pants. And it's not only your will that is as hard as iron, she then added with a smirk. Of all the people, I had to attack a pervert just waiting for a good occasion to come out, Naruto said, groaning when she gave to his manhood a rather violent twist. I was not a pervert before your arrival. You corrupted me, Ilia said, blushing herself as his hand returned to massage her butt. If you say so. Oh. Please stop. Any more and I will be forced to ravage you here and there, the blonde pleaded as her hand started a slow up and down motion. She muttered, moving on her knees with a mischievous smile. No. Don't do that. I need to go here, he tried saying before going cross-eyed as her tongue started doing wonderful things to his lower regions. Pop. This to make sure that you will go collect some wood tonight, okay? She said teasingly, dressing him back. I am so going to make you pay for this, Naruto said with a groan. Promises, promises, oh, but listen, Naruto, could you do something for me? Ilia asked with a superior smirk. As long as it doesn't require me taking off my pants, Naruto answered. Idiot, can you use a piece of grass to play that song for me? You know, the one Epona likes? She asked. As you wish, the boy said with a nod, taking a near leaf to play a little song. During their various dates Naruto had discovered that she liked music. Since then whenever she looked sad he would just take and use a plant to play a little melody for her. It was one of the numerous things he learned to do in order to have the girl forgive him for his attack. It's such a nice melody, even Epona looks happy. Well, she's all prettied up now, so I suppose you can ride her back. But don't make her do too much, okay? She said. Don't worry, I'll just have her do enough to maintain her girlish figure, I promise. Why you did this without telling me before though? I almost had an heart attack when I saw she was not around, the boy said. Ho. I wanted it to be a surprise, hey. What about going to the Hyrule festival together? Ilia answered. She laughed at his frowning expression. Why not? Sounds like a good idea, Naruto said with a nod. Wonderful. Now go before father comes here to forcefully drag you towards the ranch, the girl said with an happy smile. As you wish, honey, he answered, kissing her cheek before mounting on Epona. Don't call me honey too much, I may end up liking it, she said. Why not? I won't mind having you at my side for the rest of my life, Naruto answered, sprinting away and leaving the blushing and spluttering girl behind him. You do know that you basically said you wouldn't mind marrying her, don't you? Yadajime asked with a raised eyebrow. I know and I don't mind, what? Are you jealous? The blonde asked back. What? Me? Jealous? No, the huge ten-tailed fox said with wide eyes. You don't sound convincing, Naruto sing-songed with annoying smirk. Baka! The fox yelled, closing the link with the boy. He had noticed after the incident with Ilia that Yadajime had become more amorous in her dealings with him, but he paid it no mind since she was an huge fox and he inhuman, and so was physically impossible for her to even consider having her way with him as he feared she could try to do. He shuddered to think what would happen should she gain an human body. Trying to stop Yadajime from understanding that his shivering came from his fear of her, he pushed Epona forward. 2 hours later, Orden Ranch. BAH! With a last, annoyed-sounding call, the remaining sheep was forced to be heard inside, making a sighing Naruto finally catch a breath. Damn beasts, I almost missed catching Tora. I never thought I would miss that useless cat, he admitted with a sigh. Naruto, Epona, much obliged to both of y'all, Father said with a wide smile. Nah. Don't worry, it was nothing, I am here to help, the blonde said. I can cover everything tomorrow without having to trouble you, so just sit back and relax, bud, he answered. Later that day, the blonde former shinobi was calmly fishing in a secluded area of the village, a peaceful smile on his face while he hummed a little tune by himself. While to everyone watching it would seem that he was just sitting there in silence, in reality he was having a little talk with the 10-tailed vixen sealed inside him. You know, we used to be important once, great awesome heroes, Yadajime said with a sigh. What do you mean? The blonde asked. I mean, we used to fight bandits, save entire countries from power-hungry midgets while slaying missing needs. We were powerful warriors that defeated evil organizations bent on world domination, evil masterminds manipulating entire villages from the shadows, and even a so-called evil goddess and a monstrous entity embodying destruction. We shouldn't just help herd goats. We should go around having epic adventures and do cool things, the vixen said with a moan of annoyance. Ha! Do cool things? You sounds like Konohamaru when he asked to play ninja. I don't know, I kinda like living like this, it's peaceful for once, Naruto answered with a chuckle. It was true, after spending all his life as a shinobi and finally spending some time as a civilian, he was about to say that a civilian had the better end of the deal. Sure, they are not trained to fight, but children acted as children, playing all the day and simply enjoying life instead of training every day to kill, steal and protect. Contrary to Konoha, Orden Village was peaceful to the extreme. The only excitement were the raids of the monkeys or when a goat escaped Fathu and moved a little rampage through the village, but aside that, for a ninja the population of Orden was almost lethargic in their calmness, and he was finding himself at peace living without the constant threat of some overpowered psycho having who knows what convulsed plan involving bloodlines, tailed beasts, demons or whatnot. I bet Shikamaru would kill to swap places. Here he could easily spend days cloud watching without people judging him, Naruto said with a smirk. The lazy ass? Probably, but then Iliabaka wouldn't have someone to sate her dirty needs, she answered with an huff. Yadajime, the blonde said with narrowed eyes. What? I was just saying, she was just waiting you to finally take her. I attacked her, the boy said. Oh, for fuck's sake. She had spread her legs by herself the moment she saw that hungry glint in your eyes. She had planned it, the vixen said with a glare. You have no proof of that, Naruto said angrily. Give me some credit. I lived long enough to know how to read people. I didn't see fear in her eyes that first time, I saw satisfaction. She was glad her master plan to seduce you worked, and I sensed not even a hint of negative emotions in her but elation. She was a bitch in heat, and now she has you wrapped around her little finger with the guilt she fed you, Yadajime said angrily. You are saying this just because you don't like her, what? You want me to come in there and have sex with you instead of her? Are you jealous or something? The blonde said with an angry growl. Yes, I am jealous, okay? You are mine. Mine. We had to endure shit from every corner of the fucking elemental countries, and now that we finally ran away to have some peace away from that weak whore of a Hyuga and those horny bitches of Konoha, you take and choose another weakling instead of me. Who was with you during the war? Me. Who was the one consoling you when the banishment order was given? Me. Who had always fought by your side and against the Juubi? Me. 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 Every time I tried to reach out for you, you had ignored me in favor of some weak human, First Sakura, then Hinata, and later even Shizen, and now Ilya. What I have to do to finally have you to notice me, eh? Do I have to slaughter every other woman of the planet to finally have the man I want? I hate you! The ten-tailed fox yelled, voice broken by anger and sadness. I didn't. The young man tried to say, shocked by her outburst. Spare me the excuses! You are filth! A monster! A bastard! I hate you! She answered with a growl, forcefully closing the link with the blonde so to cry in peace. I'm sorry, I thought that with you being a huge fox I couldn't correspond your feelings. You know that I can't physically do anything to you, but I am not that blind towards people's feelings anymore, so I understood what you felt for me the first time we reached here. He muttered, hoping she was still listening. Really? She asked, tentatively leaning closer with an hopeful expression. We may be able to cuddle a little, but if we don't find a way to give you a human body, well, you are a little too big for me. Naruto said. Think instead of talking. People may find it strange to see you talk to yourself, and I am not fat, the fox said, shifting a little in discomfort at his words. I didn't say that you are fat, but that you are a village-sized woman. Even if willingly to be intimate, I may not be good enough for you, he answered, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Baka, I don't do this for the sex alone. Come here, let's have a nap together, she answered with an embarrassed tone herself. Lying down on the grass to enjoy the small breeze, the blond man let the huge vixen drag him inside the seal. Calmly walking towards her, he lied down against her body, using her side as a pillow while her tails encircled both, a content smile on both their faces. Are you sure she had planned to have me ravaging her? He asked, a worried frown on his face. I seriously think so, but I can see she do love you for real. Talk to her and resolve this thing, otherwise the guilt may consume you. And I don't want to see you all sad and worried, even if the sad puppy look you take is adorable. Yadajima said with a chuckle, moving her head so to have it closer to the blonde. What would I do without you? He asked with a tender smile. You would be lost, Naruto, you would be lost, she answered. Modest, aren't we? The blonde asked in sarcasm. I don't know what you are talking about, the vixen answered casually. Be happy you don't have a human body, or I would just wipe that smirk from your face, he said with a chuckle. Fucking tease, pray that I will never receive a body, or I'll have you beg me to never leave your side in the bed. The Biju answered with a smirk, ignoring the little slap he gave to one of her tails and answering by tickling him with one of the 10 at her disposal. As both stood there in silence, the blonde shifted a little in discomfort, checking if she was asleep. He sighed. I like you, he muttered, praying she did not hear him. The huge vixen just smirked in victory, pretending to miss what her mate, finally, had just said and snoring a little loud to fake being asleep. Real world, in the meantime. A lone girl was nearing Naruto with a worried expression, coughing lightly to attract his attention. She waited for the blonde to open one eye. Naruto? The girl asked. What's wrong, Beth? He asked with a sigh. Well, it's about Tailo, Beth said. What has he done this time? Naruto asked. Well, he was chasing a monkey towards the forest, then Malo saw a group of bokoblin kidnap him and take him deep in the woods, Beth answered, watching the other's eyes go wide. Cover your ears, Beth, please, Naruto said between clenched teeth, taking in a huge breath. Oh, okay, she said, rapidly doing as he asked while noticing how his eyes had darkened significantly, almost taking a reddish tint, while the pupil developed a slight slit-like look. With Tailo, deep inside Farron Woods. The boy was trembling in fear while hugging a female monkey. Both he and the animal were being kept inside a cage in an alcove of a huge tree. Several blue-skinned creatures holding wooden swords were arguing with high-pitched shrieks while pointing at both prisoners. Don't be afraid, I am sure Naruto will save us, Tailo said, trying to console himself and the scared monkey. When a loud scream of rage echoed in the woods, even the bokoblins shivered at the pure, undiluted fury in the voice. Tailo! I am gonna fucking murder you! Naruto's voice said, his furious roars soon following as trees were being blown apart from whatever natural disaster was tearing the forest apart, while marching towards the boy. Mr. Bokoblin? Can I have a new cage? Something more sturdy, maybe? The boy asked with a nervous smile. With a deafening explosion, the heavily scowling blonde could be seen marching towards the huge tree, dragging in one hand a bokoblin that was whining pitifully, probably begging in his language the young man to let him go. I asked you guys only one thing. To never enter the woods without me or ruzzle with you, and what did you do? You came all the way here to chase a monkey, the blonde yelled, throwing the struggling creature in his hand against a tree, making its spine snap in two with a loud snap. Sound. Sorry, the boy said, looking down. And you are lucky your father is not here himself. Your mother is a nervous wreck, and both me and him almost had our ears bleeding with the scream she let out when she discovered this. Naruto answered. Kiria? One of the bokoblins said, moving its head to the side in curiosity. Oh, shut the fuck up, the blonde said, charging the creatures with an annoyed expression. 30 minutes of gory violence later, Orden Village. Talo! A tall woman yelled in tears, watching the young boy being dragged in the village by his ear thanks to Naruto. Of all the stupid things you could have done, you had to play hero in the woods, the blonde said, continuing his scolding that he had started the moment he had freed the boy. I already told you that I am sorry, okay? Talo said with a whine. He is right, little man. You are in deep trouble. Jaggle, Talo's father said with a frown, grabbing the boy's ear himself to drag him home. I am going home, call me if you need something, Naruto said with a groan. It was awesome. He was without a weapon and still kicked the bokoblin's ass, Talo said excited, before a glare of his father silenced him. I am sorry if you had to deal with this yourself, Naruto. When my son told me that the boys disappeared, I hurried to hunt them down, but then I saw you enter here without even a scratch after finding Talo in record time and without even a wooden sword. What happened? Ruzzle asked with a surprised tone. Sigh. Come on, Ruzzle, I think it's finally time to explain to you what I used to do before joining Orden Village, but it's a secret, Naruto said with a defeated sigh. Some time later, Naruto's home. Once both were seated, the blonde shinobi took out a sealing scroll from a hidden compartment under his bed. Without stopping to answer at Ruzzle's curious look, the young man bit his finger and swept some blood on the little thing, unsealing his old jumpsuit and a copy of his Hittite, a reminder of why he had left Konoha. What's that? Ruzzle asked. My past, something I decided to bury in the hope to have a new life. Today I dusted a little fraction of my shinobi training without showing too much. People where I come from may still be hunting me down to force me back, so I don't want to attract too much attention on me, Naruto answered. You're a soldier? The man asked. A shinobi is more like an assassin, or more exactly a mercenary. I come from a village of mercenaries hidden in a deep forest. We had a terrible war encircling our whole land and every single village there. After the war I was sent to exile because they thought I had become too strong, and so I may have took revenge for some issues regarding my childhood, Naruto answered. Issues? Ruzzle asked with narrowed eyes. My childhood was not exactly pleasant, but instead of trying to repay me, they wanted me isolated somewhere to train under close watch of their soldiers that would have made sure that I was not showing rebellious tendencies, in their minds. Sweetening the deal with the promise of training and cool techniques. I just escaped and ended up here. I like this life, it's peaceful, he answered with a sigh. They wanted you to show loyalty to them by exiling you? That doesn't make a lot of sense if you asked me, Ruzzle said, scratching his head. Welcome to my life then, the other answered with a shrug. So you fear that should your talent come out they will find you and force you back into being a mercenary? The man asked. Right in one, what will you do now? Naruto asked back. Let's say that in exchange of some tips on my training I might help you hide everything, Ruzzle said with a joking smile. If you say so, old man, Naruto answered, both exchanging a chuckle. A former war hero reduced to farmhand, a radical change of pace, that's for sure, the man said, amused. It was my own decision. I was a child when I started my training. Now it's time for me to retire, Naruto answered. I am sorry to say that this won't be possible. You are a warrior, and sooner or later struggles and quests will come knocking at your door, Naruto. Russell said, shaking his head. You really had to jinx it, don't you? The blonde asked with a sigh. Only telling the truth, my friend. Russell answered, getting up. I'd better go. Colin may be worried about me and you hurrying away with so much secrecy. He then said. Will you keep the secret? Naruto asked. Will you kill me if I don't? Russell asked back with a chuckle, his smile dropping when he saw the blonde's serious expression. No, I like you too much. I will just beat you within an inch of your life. Naruto said, dropping the facade with a wide smirk. Don't do that, for an instant you scared me. Fine, I won't talk, the other said with a frown, leaving the house muttering in annoyance as he left. It went better than I thought, the blonde said. Do you think he knew you were serious about killing him? Yadajima asked. I don't know, but I know that I won't return to Konoha. I renounced that life years ago. Naruto answered. I know, but was it a good idea to tell Russell about you? He needed at least part of the truth, enough to answer to his doubts, otherwise he would not have stopped and dragged the thing long enough for others to start wondering. I have no doubts that sooner or later Jiraiya's spy network will try here. Less traces I leave behind the better. At least I will have a little head start to hide. And Ilia? It would not be the first time I have to abandon someone who loves me, Naruto said with a sigh. She would probably follow you instead, Naruto, otherwise you still have me, she said. I know, I am a lucky guy after all, he said with a smirk. Idiot, the fox answered with a chuckle. The next day, Spirit Spring. In the clear waters of the spring sun shined brightly. Epona was calmly soaking in the warm rays of the sun to heal a non-existent wound she had technically earned from somewhere. The truth was that it was the excuse both Naruto and Ilia had used for a last-minute meeting. Before the young blonde man departed to deliver the sword and shield the mayor decided to gift to the royal family. The sound of the water was also filling the brief pauses between the slapping noises of flesh impacting flesh. Oh God! More! More! Ilia yelled, leaning against a tree while pushing Hias back for her boyfriend to enjoy, her face contorted in the pleasure of the incoming orgasm. You like it? You like taking it from behind like a slut? Naruto asked, rhythmically spanking her any time he drew himself out of her. Yes, I love it! Please spank me more. I have been naughty. I need to be disciplined. Ilia pleaded, his hands sneaking under her shirt to grab her breast. Not so fast, he said with a dark smirk, rapidly grabbing her arms and pulling himself out, stopping his thrusts inside her. What's wrong? Keep going, the girl pleaded, discovering how his hold of her arms stopped her from moving by herself to keep the sex ongoing. I was thinking about how you planned to have me assault you that time years ago. Do you know anything about it? He asked casually. Planned? No, you attacked me, she tried saying. Remember the vixen I told you was sealed in me? You have already met her, Naruto said. Yadajima? That bossy bitch? What did she told you? She asked, trying to sound angry instead of worried. I am not bossy. And you are the bitch here, the Biji yelled with an offended tone. She can sense negative emotions and so can I. Usually when someone is assaulted sexually, even when under shock, negative emotions are there. I can read people, and I saw a certain degree of satisfaction under your surprise. Naruto explained. Anne? Ilia asked. And you were a naughty girl who seduced me, he answered, letting go of one of her arms to spank her again. You are not angry? She asked with wide eyes. Well, I am. But I love you too much to hold a grudge about this for so long, so I came up with the right punishment. Naruto answered. Which is? After today, no sex for a month. He answered. What? No. You can't. It's your fault for being so oblivious to my subtle advances. You forced my hand, Ilia said in horror. I know people that are subtle, Ilia-chan. Compared to them you were screaming your intentions towards me, he answered. Then why did you never ask me out? She asked back. I told you what happened with Hinata and why the other girls decided to. pass me around. In revenge for their men, I was still not in the mood to see that happen again. After our encounter, I just took responsibility. It was later that I really started enjoying being with you," he said. You asked me to be your girlfriend only out of guilt?" she asked sadly. "I broke every belief I had when I attacked you, so I was feeling rather bad." "I'm sorry," she said. "Don't be. Hey! Do you want to be my girlfriend? For real this time?" Naruto asked. "Really?" she asked, watching him nod with a wide smirk. "Okay, but are you sure you will be able to stay a month without sex?" Ilya asked. "I lasted 3 years, what about you, Miss Pervert?" he asked back, his smirk widening considerably. "Come on. We made peace. You are a good guy, you can't let a girl hang like that. You love too much to do this," she said with a whine. "Foolish little girl, I was holding back whenever we had sex, but now, just to be sure you will be able to last this month of punishment, I'll show you my real sexual power," the blonde said with a sneer, hooking her knees on his arms and lifting her. "Wha, what are you doing?" Ilya yelled as she was now easily held up in the air. "I will show you what happens when one with my stamina goes all out in sex. There is a reason why they all kept returning for more," Naruto answered with a smirk. "Please, be gentle. I did that only because I love you. I am not a trained warrior," Ilya pleaded with a scared tone. "Too late. I'll give you the cock-sleeve treatment I gave to Ino the first time. Just a word of advice though, prepare a good excuse as to why you will walk bow-legged for several days," he answered, moving the girl up and down on his manhood at a speed Guy and Lee would have had problem matching even with the chakra gates opened. "Yay! 10! The loud, deafening howl of pleasure shocked the trees as Ilya was finally tasting what a Namikaze style pounding was like. There was a reason if both Minato and Kushina were never seen around Konoha without a smile on their face ever since the wedding night. And now those two schools of perverseness had been fused into a single being that was rewriting the rules of sex to fit his own perverse mind, while he moved with brutal efficiency in the tenderizing of Ilya's womanhood. In layman terms, he was fucking her brain out and into a limp puddle of pleasured goo. When he slammed her unceremoniously on the grass to change position so to drive himself even deeper inside her womb, a loud thundering noise reached the spring as a giant boar-like creature busted through the closed gate of the spring, the green-skinned creature riding it stumbling in surprise at the scene he found once arrived, scratching his horned head in confusion. Now King Bulblin had his set of orders to carry on, and he was always happy to bring chaos and destruction in the name of his master, that's true. But he too had to stop to watch the furious act of sex in front of him with bulged-out eyes. Even Epona was staring with wide eyes at the sheer bestiality in the grunts and moans the two were letting out. "Is normal for human to mule like that, boss?" one of the Bulblin that had followed their king asked surprised. "Like hell I know. Those are filthy humans, but that is too savage even for our standards," King Bulblin answered with an uncertain tone stained by barely suppressed awe. "Hrah!" With a last roar, the blond man took out his manhood to shower Ilya with several wide shots of white, covering the panting girl and various layers of sticky spunk to cover her delirious expression of pure sexual satisfaction. "What do you want? Don't you see that I am busy?" Naruto asked, annoyed, finally noticing the new arrivals. Slightly taken back by the lack of proper fear his imposing appearance usually summoned into humans, King Bulblin just pointed at the big horn he was carrying with a raised eyebrow. "What? Some kind of plot for world domination?" Naruto asked with a sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose in annoyance after dressing back. "Grua!" The king nodded, still unsure about what to do. "Sigh. You do know that I will then probably take action against you and your boss?" the blonde asked. Another nod was his answer. "You know what? Screw this. I am on retirement," Naruto said, sprinting forward to grab the smaller boar creature near the king by the horns, abruptly twisting the huge head to the side with a loud crack, snapping its neck and killing it instantly. Surprised by the fact that a simple human killed a fucking Bulbo with his bare hands, King Bulblin rapidly moved to blow on his war horn, The scratching, ear-piercing until they bleed sound echoed in the forest, opening a black tear in the sky showing an endless tunnel of darkness. Jubitamit! Both Naruto and Yodajime cursed as the sky turned dark, King Bulblin taking advantage of the blonde's distraction to leave the scene with the two bulbulous Bulblins running behind him. Naruto looked at the empty spot in front of him, and then behind at the exhausted Ilia and the shocked Epona. A new quest? The Juubi vixen asked surprised. Do we have to? Naruto asked with a whine. I don't think Russell will be able to face that ugly fat bastard. I fear we'll have to do this ourselves, she answered. But I wanted to have a quiet life, the blonde said, dropping his shoulders with another whine. I know, but maybe it won't take long, the giant fox said. Uff. Okay, he answered, lifting Ilia and using a clone to carry her back to Orden with Epona. I'll be okay. You take Ilia home and pay attention, okay? Naruto asked, petting the female horse that bumped her head on his chest with a sad expression. I'll be back soon, don't worry, he answered, giving to her back a little spank so to have her move. Luckily you took the storage scroll with your gear before leaving. Do you still have the sword and shield? Yodajime asked. Yes, but I think the royal family will have more pressing problems than receiving this, Naruto answered. You are right, still, keep it safe. It would be a pain saving their collective asses and then getting scolded for losing those pieces of scrap metal, Yodajime answered. Yeah, let's go. The sooner we resolve this, the happier I will be, the blonde answered, sprinting in the direction King Bulblin took to leave the scene. It was a surprise for Shinobi and Biju to find a tall barrier of dark energy with strange spiraling symbols in front of them, blocking their path. Blast it to pieces, we have no time to waste, the vixen said, annoyed. Incoming, Naruto answered, but before he could gather chakra for his Rasengan, an huge black hand grabbed his head to drag him through the barrier and in an endless darkness. Oh, for fuck's sake! The blonde had the time to say before fainting from an unknown force, either he or Yodajime noticing how the seal holding the Biju momentarily flashed dark red in an ominous way. Unknown time later, unknown location. The room was a damp solitary cell, a little dripping of water from the ceiling rhythmically falling on Naruto's nose, making him wake up with a low groan. Where are we? He asked, shaking his body to shock the soreness of his muscles. My. I found you, a girlish voice said with a giggle. The fuck are you? Naruto asked. Ooh. Aren't you scary? A cute huge-sized fox with its pretty 10 tails. You can even talk, the small creature said happily. She, as the voice sounded female, was a tiny creature with black and white skin with both colors twisting and turning to give to her own skin the appearance of a dress, greenish runes on her arms, ears and legs and a stone-made helmet on her head covering her right eye showing fiery red hair on top of it. Her comment though brought out a more important set of problems. Duh? What the fuck? The former blonde yelled looking down, taking notice as to why his voice sounded different with a more deep tone and with an echo-like background. Apparently during his forced sleep something happened and he was now a small replica of Yodajime complete with blood-red fur, 10 tails and slightly longer ears than normal. One of his legs had been chained to the floor. He was also fairly large, probably as big as Akamaru was back in Konoha if not more. Wait a second! I need to check something, the fox asked with a voice tainted by a scared edge. As long as you hurry up, the tiny creature said with an annoyed yawn. Inside the seal. Retreating inside the seal, that he also noticed was now prominent in his fox form's belly, Naruto could see that he was still human. Letting out a breath of relief he walked towards the huge vixen, worried about what she went through. When a pair of human arms encircled his neck and a large set of breasts went pressed against his back, the blonde couldn't stop a whimper from escaping him. Guess who has now an human body? Apparently whatever happened switched our beings, fox for you and smoking hot babe for me. Luckily in your mind you are still human, so we can have fun together, Yodajime said with a sing-song voice. She was now looking very similar to the blonde's mother Kushina, only with a less round face and fox ears still present on the top of her head. It had happened. The possessive vixen now had an human body. He could no longer use her being a giant fox to have their relationship progress at a normal pace. He whimpered again. She just nibbled on his ear. "Hooray!" he said, trying to sound convincing. "Don't worry for now, we'll just focus on getting out of here, then we'll have our fun. Because we will have fun together, right?" The fiery red-haired woman said, her tone turning darker as she grabbed the front of his pants with a strong grip. "Of course. But I don't think I'll be able to use my techniques. I don't have hands anymore," Naruto said, ignoring her, licking his neck and cheek. "You still should be able to walk on walls and water and make your muscles stronger with chakra. The principle is the same as to when you were in an human body. It will just be a matter of getting used to different muscles and body structure. But I am a fox, so I know how to do this. By the time we will leave this place, you will be perfect, darling," she answered, punctuating each word with a small bite to his neck. "Oh, okay," he answered, sighing in defeat at the new development. Back to the real world. "Okay, seems that everything is okay," Naruto said with a new sigh. "That took surprisingly less time than what I thought. You just spaced out for a second or two," the creature said, not even trying to hide her complete lack of interest. "In the world of mind and spirit, time flowed differently," he answered, dropping his head down. "Eehee. Are you sure you want to be doing that? Sighing and moaning all day? It doesn't seem to suit you at all," she asked with a smirk. "Don't tempt me. I may not be a more intimidating animal, like a wolf for example, but I can still bite," Naruto warned her. "Well, that's too bad. You are chained down, and I was planning on helping you, if you were nice," she said with a giggle. Without missing a beat, the foxified blonde looked at the chains for an instant, then, following Yadajima's suggestions, he tried to focus as much chakra as he could on his legs before pulling abruptly, making the chains whine under the stress and the various links stretch out almost to the breaking point. "Eehee. Pretty strong for a human, aren't you? Oops. But you aren't a human anymore, are you? You're a beast. Eehee," the small creature said with a laugh, jumping rapidly away as with another jump the big fox broke the chains and almost took her arm off with a bite. "Quite angry too. Eehee. Be a good boy and calm down. No need to bite," she said with another laugh, her body turning into a mass of bubbles like spheres to phase through the bars, looking at him with a wide, unnerving smile. "So, you are wondering where exactly are we?" she asked. "I am so gonna tear you in half if you don't stop," Naruto answered. "No need to be grumpy. Smile a little. Eehee. You know what? I'll make you a deal. If you can get over here, maybe I'll tell you," she answered. "In any way?" Naruto asked. "Of course. Even if I don't think that a big guy like you can." Scry. Clang. While the small creature was taunting him, the former blonde had bitten down on the bars, biting one off so to leave enough space for him to sneak out. "Damn, you sure have a strong jaw," she muttered with a little nod, her voice gaining the faintest trace of respect. To Naruto's surprise, she just moved to sit on his back with a wide smile on her face. "You even have a very soft fur, very nice," she said, patting playfully of his side. "Thanks, I groom it every day," he answered with voice dripping in sarcasm. "Eehee. See? You can be funny if you want to. Luckily you are not one of those silent heroes that never make a sound no matter what," the creature said, sounding even more happy. "What now?" he asked. "What now? Simple, since I like you, I think I'll get you out of here," she answered, patting his head in affection. "But in exchange for my help, you have to do exactly as I say," she then added, playfully pulling his ear. "Geez. Thank you," Naruto answered in sarcasm, slapping the back of her head with one of his tails. "Ooh. I think we will get along just fine. Eehee. Come on, hurry up and let's go," the creature said, slapping the young man's back. I am going, he muttered, sprinting forward, following the small girl's directions. The place was in complete ruins. Pieces of wall were scattered everywhere, and whole staircases were missing huge chunks, signifying that wherever Naruto was, It had recently hosted a fierce battle as the smell of smoke was still strong in the air. Following the small creature's direction, the foxified shinobi traveled through mazes of corridors and ruined cells. Yadajimite talking almost incessantly to keep him calm as spirits seemed to haunt every place they walked into, making his old fear of ghosts come back with a vengeance. But the more he ran through the ruins, the more he got accustomed to his new body, the superior speed and agility being a nice bonus together with the new boost to his senses. He still couldn't walk long tracks on walls and water, but he was getting an hang on it, and the surprised expression on his companion face had been priceless. She was also source of questions for Naruto. She said she was a girl and nothing else, but the fact that she could float around as she wished was kinda disconcerting to him, even if it resembled Inoki's own floating to him. Even her hair seemed alive as she had more than once pointed in a direction using those after shaping it into a huge hand. He could not read a single thing about her no matter how hard he tried. She was too different from what he had been used to see. She was also annoyingly teasing him every now and then, keeping the information about where he was few inches from his nose without telling, and the jokes about his being a pretty foxy and the like were starting to erode his nerves. Was that island filled with cannibals he encountered on the road to Hyrule so bad after all? He was starting to wonder if getting hunted down by man-eating humans could have been so bad compared to whatever twisted creatures he was faced with at the moment. After a long journey, filled with demonic-looking bats, Naruto was forced to bite in two since the girl on his back casually didn't notice. The two arrived outside, looking at the gloomy atmosphere of a huge fortress in ruins, dark creatures roaming the rooftops of the lower towers as a thick veil of clouds covered the sky in a grayish mantle. "Beautiful, isn't it? The cloud of Twilight is always so pretty," the small girl commented with an happy smile. "Meh! I saw better," Naruto commented with a foxy-style shrug. "You had to ruin the moment, don't you?" she asked, slapping his long ear in petty annoyance. "Whatever, is this tower you want to visit far? You still have to tell me where are we?" he asked with a groan. "Don't sulk. We are almost there." "Eehee. You still don't know where we are?" she answered. "I'll try to guess. In a ruined castle?" Naruto asked. "Yes, but in detail? The one of the royal family of Hyrule, perhaps?" he tried saying. "Eehee. You got it. See? You are pretty smart too. If only you didn't have fleas," she answered. "I don't, ooh. I'll get you for that," Naruto said in horror, before noticing and twisting his head back to glare at her. "Don't make promises you won't maintain. Chop chop. We have someone to meet," the small girl said, kicking his sides to make the big fox move. Shaking his head at the small annoyance perched on his back, the transformed shinobi dashed forward at max speed, pleased to hear the girl curse between clenched teeth as she tried valiantly to be bucked off of him while holding for dear life onto his fur. After a short while they arrived in a solitary tower, the small creature pulling Naruto's ears with brute force and a sneer once he stopped. "Don't do that! Or at least warn me before sprinting like that," she hissed angrily. "You didn't specify how fast I should go whenever I run, Your Highness," Naruto answered, managing a smirk even in his fox form. "TCH. Whatever, that way, we are almost there," she answered, pointing with a dismissive wave of her hand towards the top of the stairs and at the door waiting there. Once inside, having somehow opened the door by pushing since obviously lacking hands, Naruto found himself in a small room, a lone cloaked figure looking outside the window with an air of regret looming over its shoulders. Hearing the small laugh of the creature, the cloaked figure turned to watch the young man in surprise. As if recognizing the small creature on his back, she talked. "Midna?" the cloaked woman said in surprise. "Midna? Nice name, why you didn't tell me?" Naruto asked. "You never asked my name," Midna answered. "I did. 15 times, he answered in anger. "Ops? Come on. Was that so important?" the small girl asked. "Yes. Yes, it was. I am more surprised as she remembered my name. What an honor," Midna said with an amused chuckle, pointing at the cloaked woman with a wide smile on her face. So, this is the one for whom you were searching. I am surprised he can talk even now, the mysterious woman said. He's not exactly what I had in mind, but at least he seems to be funny to hang around with, Midna answered, giving to Naruto's back an affectionate pat. Kneeling until she was at eye level, she looked at the bracelet on his leg resulting from his breaking the chains with a sad expression. You were imprisoned? She asked with a sad tone. Nah. No big deal, I saw worse, don't worry, Naruto answered, trying to make the apparently distraught woman cheer up. I am sorry, she said, looking down. Don't be, it was not your fault, he said. Well, technically it is your fault on a certain degree. He still doesn't know what happened, so why don't you tell him the whole story and what you managed to do to the whole land? You owe him that much at least, Twilight Princess, Midna asked, still with an amused smile on her face that turned predatory towards the end. Midna, Naruto hissed with narrowed eyes. No, she is right. Listen carefully, this was once the land where the power of the gods was said to slumber. This was once the kingdom of Hyrule. But that blessed kingdom has been transformed by the king that rules the Twilight. It has been transformed into a world of shadows, ruled by creatures who shun the light, the woman explained. This doesn't explain what you yourself have to do with all of this, Naruto said, sitting down while Midna floated in a sitting position near him. It seems so long ago. We were attacked by those creatures. Me and the soldiers fought valiantly against the invading forces of the Twilight, but we were unable to defeat them. The siege reached the throne room where we had our last stand against them. When we reached the breaking point, the king of the Twilight gave me a choice, the woman said, lowering her head once again. A choice? Naruto asked. Life or death? Surrender or die? I was given a choice whose result would have reflected on all Hyrule. I had no choice but leave him victorious in our encounter, succumbing to his rule to save the ones still alive after his first attack, she answered. You should have fought until the end, Naruto answered with a bitter tone, shaking his head. I had no choice. The lives of everyone depended on me, she said in anger. So? It was your responsibility to protect them, he countered. You don't understand. After that, Twilight covered everything like a shroud, and without light, people became as spirits. Within the Twilight they live on, unaware that they passed into spirit forms, but they are still alive, the woman said with narrowed eyes. And you call that being alive? They are scared probably. They fear some nameless evil without even knowing what he looks like. I am a shinobi, a mercenary warrior. I know how it works. From where I come from, war was every day on the doorstep, the civilians never noticing it, but me and the others were always sleeping with an eye open in case a call to arms was being issued. Why do they have to suffer for your choice? Where is the royal family that should protect them? Naruto answered. I am here. The kingdom may have succumbed to Twilight, but I remain its princess. It's my duty to protect them no matter what. If you want to hate me, so be it. I am Zelda, Princess of Hyrule, and I will do whatever it takes to protect my people, she answered, standing with her head held high. That's more like it. I like my leaders to be strong, not going around brooding. Show some backbone and fight, and you'll see how things get resolved, Naruto said with a nod. You seems to be one man of strong principles then. I think I will be able to trust you into helping me to resolve this situation. Can you help us? Zelda said. Just so you know, I find this quite cozy. I mean, is perpetual twilight really all that bad? Just for saying, but if you need help, Midna said. I would prefer having my body back actually. It doesn't really matter if in the twilight or not, but as for now I'm too deep into this to turn back. I'll see what I can do, Naruto commented. I am grateful for your help, and you, Midna, this is no time for levity. The shadow beasts have been searching far and wide for you. Why is this? Zelda said, looking at Midna with a disapproving look on her face. Why indeed? You tell me. Hee, she said with a shrug, giving her back to the princess, only Naruto noticing how the laugh sounded forced and strained. Time has run short. The guard will soon make his rounds, you must leave her quickly. Zelda said in alarm. A prisoner in her own castle. Let's go, Midna! Naruto said, waiting for the small girl to return on his back before leaving the room in a great hurry. Once back outside and on one of the rooftops, the young man stopped to look at Midna with a sad expression. What? She asked. What are you hiding? I will help you, just tell me, he asked. You're damn observant, aren't you? Well, sorry, but I won't tell you, Midna answered, still with a devious smirk on her face. I am a trained shinobi. My teacher taught me how to look underneath the underneath. If we have to resolve this, you need to trust me, Naruto said. We? She asked. You are just as deep in this as I am now, if not more. A hand is always a good thing to accept, he answered. TCH. Whatever, I'll take you back to where you first tumbled into the twilight, then you'll be on your own, the small girl said, floating away from him and taking a little distance. Midna, I need your help in this. You know how this twilight works, and I can help you with whatever problem you happen to have and are keeping hidden, Naruto said with a sigh. Fine. We'll do this together. And since you would be lost without me, little Midna will be happy to help you, Midna said, moving at an inch from the young man's foxy nuzzle with a huge smirk on her face. But you'd have to be my servant, and like a servant, you'd have to do exactly as I say, she then added, waiting for a reaction. Barely stopping himself from lashing out in anger, Naruto decided that turnabout was fair game. Smirking, he decided to pay her back with the same coin. Fine. But if I have to be your servant, you'll have to be my personal cock sleeve too. Pay for my services then, Naruto said with as much a straight face a fox could have. What? How dare who? You are good, yes, I will like working with you. That's for sure, ee-hee. Midna yelled scandalized, before catching a flash of mirth in his eyes and laughing at his answer. Glad you liked shit. I was supposed to deliver a sword and a shield, Naruto cursed in annoyance. She'll have other things to worry about, and those weapons may be more useful to you, Midna answered. Nah. I am a shinobi. I prefer kunais and shurikens, those are more my style, the young man answered. Still don't understand what a shinobi is, didn't see you do anything special, she said, returning to sit on the fox back. Wait until I have my body back and you'll see, Naruto answered. Then I think we can go, we'll see what we need to do after a little rest, what do you think? She asked. Before he could answer, Naruto could feel his own body dissolve into nothingness before a strong pull forced his whole being to shot forward towards a portal very similar to the one King Bublin opened back in the Spirit Spring. Spirit Spring, an instant later. When the young man opened his eyes, he could see to his dismay that he was still in the body of an huge fox with 10 tails. Looking around, he could not find Midna either. Where are you? Naruto asked. Somewhere, ee-hee. You saw that even by leaving that darkened realm you are still a fox. Well, you won't turn back any time soon, I fear. A pity though, I wanted to see what the real you looked like. Midna's disembodied voice echoed around the blonde. Why? He demanded. Ee-hee. Not telling. Consider it a revenge for your comment about my becoming your cock sleeve, she answered with a sing-song voice. TCH. Bastard, he said with a sneer, watching his own shadow twist into Midna's silhouette to playfully wave at him. Remember, as for now this land is covered in twilight. In order to freely go through the barriers that separate the parts not covered in that twilight, you'll need the help of someone from there. Like me, Midna said. And what do you want in exchange? Naruto asked. Just do what I say and all will be fine, my little fluffy servant ee-hee, she answered. Don't kill her, we still need the little pest alive, for now, Yodajima said from the seal. Okay, to where, Midna? He asked with a sigh. Let's see, she muttered, lifting herself from the ground like a translucent mass of shadows to take a thinking pose. Let's go back to your village to see if your friends are still alright. Last thing we need is to have to save them as well, she then said, returning in Naruto's shadow. The children! A distraught voice screamed loudly, shocking the trees of the forest. Too late, ee-hee-hee, Midna said from the shadows, laughing at Naruto's desperate expression. Why troubles have to follow me? He whined manly, his despair echoing everywhere and shaking the first stars that were slowly appearing in the sky. Why? He yelled again, scaring both animals and bled around him. Omake, how Naruto gained Epona's undying loyalty. It was a peaceful day in Orden village. Naruto was just helping cleaning the stables when the horses started rioting and trying to break free. Here we go! They're trying to make a mess again, Father said, sighing. Wanna make a bet? Naruto said with a mischievous smile. What kind of bet? The other asked. 20 rupees that I can make the horses calm down and even laugh. Naruto said, presenting his hand. Laugh? Horses don't laugh, Naruto. But for some free rupees, ya have a bet. Father answered, smirking, shaking Naruto's hand. Wait outside, I'll show you, the blonde said. No tricks, eh? I'll make you pay if you try, Father said, leaving to wait just outside the door. It took only a minute, but the staples soon started trembling from a cacophony of sounds. Hurrying inside, the man could see a smirking Naruto watch the various horses moving their heads up and down with their calls clearly mimicking an human laugh. How did you do that? He demanded, surprised. That's a secret, the blonde said, smirking. But now the situation is even worse, Father said with a whine. Let's make another bet. If I make them fall silent, you'll give me double the sum, otherwise I will give you the 40 rupees. Naruto answered. Double, you say? Fine. Just because I am curious, Father said, shaking once again hands with the young man. Wait outside, he asked. Fine. Few minutes later, an absolute silence fell in the stables, making Father go wide-eyed, both at the silence and, more importantly, at the news that he will have to pay 40 rupees for his bet. How? How did you do it? He asked, barging inside with anger and watching the horses look at Naruto with stupefied eyes and various degrees of incredulity. Oh, okay, I'll tell you. See, first I told them that my penis is bigger than theirs, Naruto answered, making Father blow into a heavy fit of laughter. Oh, yeah? That will probably make everyone laugh, the man answered, having difficulty breathing because of his laughter. Yeah, but then I took off my pants and showed it to them, the blonde answered. As if I believed Zip, Father started saying, falling silent as the beast in the blonde's trousers was being showed to him. Well, I'll go home now. Remember to take my money there once you have them. See ya, Naruto said cheerfully, leaving the poor man crouched in a corner, sobbing in shame while his trusty horses tried to console him. Since that day, the newly made into a fangirl Epona never left Naruto's side, happy to serve the manliest human she had ever seen. Chapter 2, Rumble in the Jungle. Spirit Spring Entrance, near Orden Village, night. 4 boblins were patrolling the area near the entrance of the village, casually stopping under the huge tree hosting Naruto's house to discuss what to do. They were Garflaf, Norik, Yomund, and Bob. Yes, the latter's parents were assholes. Their shrieking talk was interrupted when a red-furred missile pounced on them, grabbing Bob by the throat and throwing him away. As the other jumped into action, the big ten-tailed fox dodged back, ignoring the cheering of both Midna and Yadajimai as he dodged a wide swipe of one of the boblins, tearing away the offending arm with a bite before jumping on one of the others, tearing the flesh around its neck away with a single bite. Looking in rage as one of their own had been killed, the 3 remaining creatures charged together the offending animal. Just feel lucky you did not meet me with an human body, bastards! Naruto yelled, jumping to the left to dodge and pushing the boblin in front of him face down in the mud, jumping away to evade the big club that instead splattered the forest with the brain of the downed creature. 2 down, 2 to go, the blonde said, charging forward and headbutting the 3rd boblin against a tree where it left a deep imprint before slumping down with its spine reduced to splinters. Wanna try me? Naruto asked, looking at the last remaining boblin with narrowed eyes, sighing when the creature tried to hit him. Cannon fodder, what did you expect? Yadajimai said. Who are you? I can hear a second voice in here, Midna said. TCH. I am Yadajimai, Narukun's friend and mate. the vixen answered, crossing her arms. Gimme-chan? Naruto yelled with wide eyes. I heard you telling me I like you, so I am just stating my claim, she answered. Hee. Oh, this is too much fun. I knew it was a good idea asking you for this, Midna said with a long laugh. Who's there? Naruto? Is that you? Ilia asked, showing herself from the house's window. Good Lord, thank you, you are safe, Naruto said, elated. What happened to you? She asked in horror. It's a long story. Did they try to capture you? He asked. No. Well, it's not like I can walk easily after what you did, so I just had to hide here and wait, Ilia answered, her face completely red. Ooh. Something naughty happened and I wasn't informed? How rude of you, Naruto! Midna muttered with a wide smile. I am coming up, the young man said, jumping up towards the door, Ilia moving to let him in. What happened? She asked. After those creatures attacked and I sent you away, I followed their traces. I ended up in front of a barrier, then a huge black hand dragged me through the barrier, and when I woke up I was a fox, Naruto answered. It was a shadow beast, just so you know, Midna whispered in his ear. What's happening? I heard a scream about the children, Naruto asked. They had been kidnapped. Russell tried to protect them, but he had been wounded pretty badly. I fear my father may try something stupid to save them. Can you help them? Ilia asked. I may be a fox now, but I still know how to fight. Don't worry, I will find them, Naruto said with a nod. Please be careful, I don't want to lose you, the girl pleaded, hugging him tightly. I love you, Ilia, he said with a smile, licking her cheek playfully. I love you too, Naruto, she answered with an happy sigh and a wide smile. Growling! Yadajimai growled, giving Naruto the mental equivalent of a slap on the back of his head. Jealous? Midna asked with a smirk. Shut the fuck up, imp! You may be little, but you still have an huge ass, the vixen answered. Hoi! Midna answered in anger. Quiet you too, Yadajimai, we will talk later about this, Naruto thought in answer. No! We are fixing this now. Choose me or Ilia? She asked. Both? In a nice hot threesome after a romantic dinner? I'll throw in a sexy back rub for after the sex, Naruto answered. Baka! The spluttering vixen said. Nice way to defuse her, Midna said with a giggle. I was serious. I love my little vixen as well. I don't want to lose her. I just wish there was a way to unseal her from my body without killing me, Naruto answered. Kya! I love you too, Yadajimai squealed happily. Talking about doing a 180, what about the human girl? Midna muttered in surprise. He can keep her for the moment. Once out of this seal I'll show him what a real woman can do, and that we are better matched as well since we have known each other for years, she answered. Suit yourself, as long as you two are happy, Midna said unconcerned. Naruto? Ilia asked, worried. Just talking with Yadajimai, he answered. What does that bitch want? She is not trying to make a move on you now that you are a fox, isn't she? I hope she is hearing me because I am not leaving her having her dirty way with you, she said with narrowed eyes. He is mine, you dirty whore, the ten-tailed vixen said from the seal. Let's just focus on those kids, shall we? Midna asked with a sigh of annoyance. Listen, Ilia, stay hidden and don't come out no matter what. I'll see what I can do to save the children, okay? Naruto asked. Okay, please be careful, Ilia pleaded. I will, don't worry, the young man answered, jumping out of the window and rapidly moving towards the village in the hope to understand what happened and stopping the mayor from enacting his latest foolishness. Orden Village, few minutes later. A big ten-tailed fox could be seen dragging the unconscious mayor in a secluded area of the village. Ninja training or not, having a drop on the quite fat man had been pretty easy, and heavy beating later, and he had gone down like a sack of potatoes for Naruto to hide. You! What have you done to the mayor? Russell demanded. He was sporting several rounds of bandages around his head and a heavy limp in his steps. but still he held the sword tightly with a fiery passion in his eyes. I just wanted to stop this idiot from getting killed, Ruzzle, Naruto answered. How do you know my name? The swordsman asked, his eyes narrowing dangerously. I know it as I know that you like to be tied to the bed while your wife shows you the alternative uses for oil and blindfolds. You should stop drinking, you tend to blurt out some rather dirty secrets, he answered with a chuckle, grinning at Ruzzle's horrified look. Naruto? He asked. Unfortunately, yes, somehow I was turned into this. I am still going to help those children. Mind stopping our esteemed mayor from committing suicide? Naruto asked. I'll take care of that, but are you okay? How come you changed into that? Ruzzle asked. Like hell I know. Last thing I remember I was waiting for Epona to heal at the spirit spring, then we got attacked. After taking both horse and Ilia to safety I followed those creatures. When I woke up I found myself like this, he answered. Is there a way for you to return to normal? The man asked. I really hope so, was the answer. I hope so as well, now go. If the others sees you they may not be so understanding. The kidnappers moved towards the spirit spring and towards the woods. Be careful. I don't know how you plan to fight while like that, but I know you well enough to know that you will find a way out of sheer stubbornness. Ruzzle said. I'll be okay, don't worry, you don't overdo yourself and pay attention. I'll bring your son back in one piece, Naruto said with a fierce nod. Okay, I trust you, the man answered, watching the fox move. Naruto? Yes? Tell to someone that thing about my wife and I will use you to create a fur coat for her, Ruzzle said, trying to convey as much threatening intent as he could in his glare. His shoulders though dropped heavily as the young man's long, amused laugh echoed everywhere in answer. Don't worry, I won't talk, your kinky secrets are safe with me, Naruto answered as he sprinted away. Bastard, Ruzzle muttered with a defeated sigh, vowing once again to not drink anymore in the blonde's company so to salvage whatever dignity he still possessed. With Naruto and Midna, near the spirit spring. They have been probably brought in the twilight, I'll let you in, Midna said as they moved rapidly back towards the spirit spring. Roger, Naruto answered. Wait, a voice called out as they passed near the spring's entrance. Who are you? Naruto asked, moving his fox body into a combat stance, his 10 tails waving around menacingly. Come to my spring, the voice asked pleadingly. What now? The young man muttered with a sigh, nearing the waters with his senses as sharp as possible. You have been transformed by the power of shadow, the voice said. I already suspected that. It reacted with the seal holding Yadajime, right? Naruto asked. Yes, come to me. Closer? The blonde muttered, taking few steps forward. To his surprise, several strangely shaped rods erupted from underwater, surrounding him. What the hell? He yelled, jumping back with a growl. Beware, the twilight will be infested by shadow beasts, they will come to stop you, the voice said as a strange creature appeared in front of the 10-tailed fox. It had a black body seemingly made from solidified smoke with darker markings on it, a flat mask of stone with an eye-like hole in its middle acting like head and dirty-looking greasy hair behind it. Letting out a deep growl, the beast took a tentative swipe on the shinobi, forcing him to jump back to dodge. You are one ugly fucker, you know? He asked as he got grabbed and slammed with brute strength down. And you do pack some punch, he added with a groan, biting the hand strongly enough to tear off the whole thing, leaving a smoking stump at the end of the creature's arm. Gruer! The shadow beast roared in blind fury. Oh, shut up! It's just a flesh wound, Naruto said, sprinting forward to hit with a headbutt the creature, cracking the mask and making it howl in pain. Just die already! Naruto yelled, grabbing with a bite the creature's neck and pulled back, snapping it with a loud sickening snap. Sound, once dead the creature dissolved into smoke, dispersing in the wind. Now you owe me some kind of explanation. What's happening here? He asked with a heavy glare, waiting for whatever talked earlier to give him some answers. To answer him, the poles disappeared while strange markings started shining in a pure light on the various rocks adorning the spirit spring. The very same water seemed to turn into pure light. Now, that is something different. Yadajime commented with a nod. The light grew and grew in intensity until the whole area got covered in a blinding shining. From the depths of the water, a small sphere of light resembling a miniaturized sun emerged, hovering over the spring while twisting on itself to find a definite shape. The light then settled to take the appearance of a huge goat-like creature with a smaller sphere of light held between the long horns on its head. Looking down on Naruto from its towering height, it talked with a voice holding a heavenly warmness and gentleness. "O brave youth," the light said with a booming voice. "I am one of the 4 light spirits that protect Hyrule at the behest of the gods. I am Ordona. Hooray for the originality! That thing protects Orden Village and what it is called. Ordona!" Yadajime said with an heavy dose of sarcasm. "Now is not the time for jokes," Naruto said. "The creature you slayed was a shadow being. It had come to seize the power of light I wield," the light said. "You said that you are one of the 4 guardians. What happened to the others? Are they too under attack?" the blonde asked. "Yes, I am but one of 4, but for my brethren in Hyrule is already too late. Their light has already been stolen by those fell beasts. The entire kingdom has been reduced to a netherworld ruled by the cursed power of darkness," the light answered with a pained voice. "This is no good. The thing is getting worse at any passing minute. Is Obito and Madara all over again?" Naruto said with a childish whine. "I know this situation may bring despair to your heart, but we need to be strong. The plight will not stop with Hyrule. Before long the entire world of light will fall into the hands of the king who rules the Twilight," the light said. "Yes, I know how these things works. A small country and then the whole world. Was there a maniacal laughter too?" Naruto asked, watching as the light moved its head slightly back in surprise. "You are talking with someone that already had to fight an evil mastermind who wanted to rule the world, enslave humanity, etc., etc., in a single motion. What do you want me to do?" the blonde asked with a sigh, sitting down and watching the light intently, his tone completely on business like only an ANBU would sound. Me. Cough. To save this land from the King of Twilight, the lost light must be recovered." The light answered uncertain. "Did I ruin the solemnity of moment?" Naruto asked with a yawn. "A little. We thought you were a farmhand," the light said, a little taken aback by the situation. "Go on, I won't interrupt you anymore," the blonde said with an apologetic tone. "The 3 light spirits who have lost their light must be revived. It's pretty much important." "Okay, go on," Naruto said, prompting the light to continue. "Well, there is someone able to revive them and redeem this land. That one is you. You have still not discovered your true power," the light said. "No, I pretty much know what my power is, thank you," Naruto said. "Do you mind?" the light asked, a touch of annoyance marring its tone. "Sorry, go on." "I won't interrupt," the blonde said with a sheepish grin. "Those transformed by the Twilight usually cannot recover their original forms." "What the fuck?" Naruto yelled. "Let me finish. I said that they usually cannot recover their original forms. But if you were to return to the woods where you were firstly transformed and were to revive the light in there, then by the power of the light spirit, you may find the means to return to your other state of being, I think," the light said. "You sure?" Naruto asked hopefully. "Well, it's a good possibility," the creature of light answered with a nod. "Better than anything, I guess. Any suggestion?" "Be strong, chosen one, great trials awaits you," the light said, its body erupting into a shower of sparks that returned underwater, making the darkness of the night return in the spring. "Well, that was eventful. What do you think that thing meant with that chosen one thing?" "Still referring to the Toad's prophecy?" Naruto asked aloud. "Like hell I know. For now let's focus on saving those children, then we will take care of the Light Guardians," Yadajime said. "You two are getting always stranger, do you know? It seems I choose to follow a pair of crazy nutters," Midna said with an heavily amused tone. "You have no idea how much shit me and Yadajime went through. Once done here I think that a little telling will be necessary," Naruto said with a sigh. "If you really have to," Midna said, voice dripping in boredom. A little jog later, and the tall barrier was once again in front of the blonde shinobi. "What now?" he asked. I'll take care of this. Remember, the Faron woods that you once knew are now covered in twilight, so pay attention since we won't meet fluffy bunnies in there. Eehee. Midna said with a big smirk. TCH. Just let's go, Midna, show me what you can do, Naruto said. Watch and be amazed, the tiny girl said, surfacing from his shadow and entering the barrier, creating ripples on its surface. Barely few seconds later her huge hair-made hand shot out, grabbing Naruto in its massive grasp. Okay, I am amazed, the young man admitted as he was pulled through the barrier. Few instants later, Faron Woods. The woods were an utter mess. While still looking alive, both trees and grass had took a more grayish tint with the leaves looking completely black. An unnatural silence ruled absolute, while not even the smallest insect could be seen around. After being trained in feeling the natural chakra in nature, Naruto couldn't help but shiver slightly at the feeling of the twilight tainting the very energy around him. Like some sort of parasite infecting nature, making Yadajimai sneer in disdain at the feeling. The strange thing that was out of the picture was the faraway lament that was echoing everywhere, carrying both sadness and pain at the same time. Who would be singing in a moment like this? The foxified blonde asked. That is not a song, silly. That is the lamentation of the spirit that had its light stolen. Where in the world could it be? Eehee, Midna said with a giggle. If I didn't know better, I may think that you are finding the idea of the end of the world amusing, Naruto said, slowly walking towards the source of the lamentation. Don't be so hard on me. I usually live in the twilight. For me this is normal. If you want this to stop you'll have to hurry up and find the light for that spirit. I won't be blamed if you fail in this, she answered, leaning down on his back to enjoy his soft fur. So am I doing this alone? What a pity, I was starting to enjoy your company, the other answered in sarcasm. Well, I promised to help you, right? Midna said with a knowing smirk. Why do I feel but incoming? He asked with a sigh. Let's say that in exchange for my help I will need you to gather some things for me, she answered, whispering in his ear with a wide smile. What kind of things? Look, I can't tell you all the details now, but it will be easy, trust me, the small imp answered. I swear, if you drag me to buy a dildo, a vibrator or something like that I will bite your legs off, Naruto answered in indignation, remembering fully well the last time he had to gather some things for someone. He still had to forgive Tsunami for that. He knew he would never again see the woman in the same light after that. Can you take this seriously? Midna asked with crossed arms. I am serious. I won't help you buy anything smut-related, he answered. You really need to tell me what kind of life you had before we met, the girl muttered, shaking her head. While muttering in a low voice several curses at whatever being that forced him to undergo a new quest to save the world, a tear opened in the sky, making 3 dark-skinned creatures drop in front of the ex-shinobi while a barrier appeared to cut him off from the rest of the woods. 3 shadow beasts against a lone fox? Isn't this an overkill? Naruto asked, surprised. Afraid? Midna asked back. More likely annoyed. Any suggestion? He answered, the 3 creatures briefly shrieking at each other before slowly stalking closer to him. Are you asking for help? I am surprised, Midna said with an amused tone. You said it, you live in the twilight, you probably know those things better than me. I learned to stop and think instead of rushing out towards the unknown, had to risk my life several times to learn that though, the young man said with a sigh. They have to die at the same time. If one remains he will just revive the others. To help you out of this I will just create an energy field and… Midna started answering. She stopped abruptly when she felt the grass of the forest floor hit her backside as the fox she had been riding seemingly teleported away from the speed of his sprint. Tearing the throat of one of the beasts off, the former Konoha shinobi moved through a substitution technique with one of the shadow beasts still alive, watching in satisfaction as the third creature beheaded the other with the strength of its attack. Before it could react, the last remaining shadow beast saw red fur fill its vision as the blonde-teared opened its stomach with a bite, making it look down at the gaping hole for an instant before falling face first on the floor, the 3 creatures dissolving into smoke under the eyebrow-raised expression of Midna. I may not be able to do much while with the body of a fox, but seal less jutsus like tree walking, water walking, and kawarimi, substitution, can still help a lot, Naruto said cheerfully as the barrier around him dropped. Did you have to do this? I was about to help you, you know. I may want to feel useful from time to time instead of someone just tagging along. Would have it been so bad to have me give you a hand? Midna asked with an huff, dropping on his back roughly and yanking his ear in annoyance. You mean you are not with me just to say, hey, listen, every 5 seconds to point out the obvious? He asked. What? No. Who do you think I am? Midna said, taken aback. Sorry, let's just go. Once reached the spirit springs in the woods, both Naruto and Midna could see a little ensemble of sparks flying closer to form a small cloud of sort hovering over the water of the spring. Hello? Can you hear me? Naruto asked aloud, somehow knowing that the light turned to look at him. Please, be careful, these woods have changed, the light said weakly. Yes, I could feel it, something is corrupting the place, Naruto said, ignoring Midna's offended grunt at his treating the twilight as an infestation. The dark clouds of dust cover this land. This drape of shadows is called Twilight, the light said, even if a whisper, its voice was still filled with disgust. Not everyone from the Twilight realm is bad, you know, the small girl muttered, ignoring that the fox she was riding managed to hear her. In this twilight, those who live in the light become as mere spirits. It is a place where the dark ones and evil creatures dwell, the mass of sparks said, making Midna flinch and Naruto growl. Can you please get to the point and stop gratuitously insult whoever lives in the twilight, please? He asked with narrowed eyes and an angry tone, missing the girl's surprised expression and the small smile she had after his words. I am sorry? The light asked, curious. Yeah, you are one of the 4 light spirit. Twilight is evil and blah blah blah. What do I need to do to help you? Naruto. Blue-eyed beast? The light asked in confusion. Get to the point, or I will leave you like that. Naruto yelled in anger. Please, look for my light. Retrieve the light stolen by the dark beasts, and keep it in this vessel, please. The light pleaded, making a short rope holding several small spheres appear on the shore of the spring. I will help you, but then we will have a talk about this whole thing, and you better give me the answers I need, otherwise we'll have a problem and you don't need to add someone like me to your list of enemies. Naruto said, grabbing the small vessel with one of his tails and giving it to the quietly bewildered Midna. I will answer all your questions, chosen one, just hurry. Without my light I can't free the forest from the twilight. The light answered, watching the fox walk away without giving a sign of acknowledgement. The creatures took the appearance of insects of darkness. They are the form taken by evil once it has latched to our scattered light. You won't be able to find them in the shadows of the twilight. Let me. I'll deal with this myself, thank you. I don't need anything from you. Naruto answered without looking back, his tone dripping in disdain. Chosen one? The light muttered in confusion. Once far from the spirit spring, Midna awkwardly patted the blonde's head. Thanks, she muttered. He was a pretentious asshole. He and the other talked about the twilight as if it was evil incarnate. You say to come from there, and you don't seem evil to me, on the contrary, you seems like an okay girl. He answered. For the first time in a long time, Midna didn't know how to answer to those words. As the awkward silence continued, the blonde felt the intense need to rub the back of his neck. I mean, we spoke with 2 of them and they kept saying how bad the twilight was and how much it was filled with evil beings. I thought that since they were talking about your home you would have felt insulted since I would have in your place. Sorry, the young man said with a sigh. No, I appreciated it. Come on, let's go find that light so the spirit will be happy, Midna said, kicking his sides to make him run. Chop chop! Hurry up, Mr. Shinobi! We can't slack off, she said with a gleeful voice. As you wish, Princess Midna! Naruto answered with an amused chuckle, this time missing her flinching as he sprinted forward. You won't be able to see those creatures, what will we do? The girl asked, curious. Those are insects of darkness that ate the light, right? Naruto asked. Hua, she said with a nod. Yadajimai can sense negative emotions, and so can I. I bet that if we focus hard enough we will be able to feel the hunger of those creatures if it is evil enough. No offense, he answered. None taken, those are not from the Twilight, she answered, smiling in gratitude. That way, as the living light show said, some kind of hunger condensed into a bug, I can smell the evil intentions from inside here, Yadajimai said from the seal. I felt it too, Naruto answered, watching as a big insect with a rock-made carapace came out from underground, snapping a pair of pincers in defiance. TCH. Nasty thing, Midna said, watching the foxified blonde grab it with its mouth, slamming it down before stomping on it, freeing a small orb of light from its crushed body, the vessel of light shining in resonance, and capturing the small orb in one of its spherical containers. How many of those do we need? Naruto asked. Let me check, Midna answered, counting the beads on the vessel. 16, she then said. Well shit, Naruto muttered, dropping down his head in defeat. Come on! How hard can it be to track down some insects? Eeeehee! We'll catch them in no time, Midna said with a laugh. Farron Woods, a week later. Where the fuck are those bug hidings? Midna screeched angrily. We found the 3 hiding in that Afro guy's hut and few in the forest. We only need 6 more, Naruto said, trying to calm her down. Maybe the light spirit will help if we ask? Yadajimai proposed. Oh, hell no! I won't give to that bastard the satisfaction. Just focus on every bad intention you can sense. I don't care if it's a monster, a bokoblin, or the spirit of a salesman, we'll check them one by one, the young man answered with a growl. Their hunt continued until they found themselves in an ample clearing filled with a purplish mist, the smell of decaying matter making the air hard to breathe. Yuck, poison? Naruto asked. It seems so. Needs some help in choosing where to go, Midna offered, hovering near his head. If you don't mind, he answered. Then follow me if you can, furball. Eeeehee, she said, flying on an high tree branch and waving at him playfully. She seems awfully happy, the 10-tailed vixen said with a chuckle. I guess that is not every day that someone defend her and the Twilight, the former shinobi answered. Yeah, then again, she doesn't know with who she is traveling with. You never cared about etiquette or rules when it comes to right or wrong and who you see as a friend, Yadajimai said. You know me well, he answered, using both agility and tree walking to chase the laughing imp through the trees. Without stopping his sprint, the blonde moved to caught another pair or darkness bugs in his mouth to kill them, almost puking at the terrible taste those things had. 2 down, 4 to go, Midna said, gracefully returning to sit on his back once he landed on the other side of the venomous cloud. Once again cursing under his breath and deeply missing having a human body, the blonde ex-shinobi moved deeper in the woods, reaching the giant tree where he had found Talo imprisoned, the same female monkey he saw that time perched on a wooden post while the remaining 4 bugs were circling around her hungrily. I hope Shino won't ever find this out. He'll still whine about me killing bugs no matter how evil, Naruto muttered, moving stealthy towards his remaining prey. It took just few minutes before the remaining bugs too went destroyed, making the vessel of light emit a feeble pulse of light to show its being complete. Someone help me? The monkey muttered, looking around surprised. Another thing Naruto learned was that apparently, since he turned into an animal himself, he could understand what the other animals were saying. A pity she can't thank me directly, the blonde said. She can't see us. In the Twilight realm we are now as like a different plane of existence. Humans and animals are literally asleep, and can't tell how long they are staying as spirits. Some can be corrupted, but you will hardly see that happen, Midna explained. How long do you think it will take to the Twilight to cover everything? Naruto asked. I can't really answer. I can only say that the veil of Twilight is spreading at a snail pace. Whatever the so-called king is planning, it's not easy, so we are not exactly in a hurry. No matter how bad this may sound, normal people won't notice and the 4 guardians are weakened. They have all the time in the world, she answered. Sounds nasty, he said, shaking his head. But it's how things are at the moment, she said with a shrug. A little sigh returned the two's focus on the young monkey. Boy, lucky for me, ever since the boss went funny in the head, there's been scary monsters everywhere. Those village kids got lead through the woods for some reasons. How convenient, she just told us where the kids are, Naruto said in sarcasm. A lot of luck we were here to listen to her talk loudly to herself about that, Midna said. The whole forest is so weird now, what's happened? The small monkey said, scratching her head while watching around herself in confusion. Bah! Whatever, let's return the light to the spirit spring so you can take back your old face, the imp girl said. Yeah, I can't wait, Naruto said, hurrying back towards the lamenting spirit. Spirit spring, few minutes later. Once returned, the blonde had tossed the vessel of light in the middle of the spring, making the twilight disperse in an instant as the forest returned to its original state. A loudly grumbling Midna had instantly took possession of Naruto's shadow to cover herself, looking at the young man with a bored expression. Ah, but it was so nice here in the twilight. What's so great about a world of light, anyway? She asked with an annoyed expression, floating near her friend's head. Consider this, at least the light spirit will stop whining, Naruto answered. I guess you are right, ee-hee-hee. See you later, the girl answered with a laugh, melting in his shadow with a playful wave. After she was gone, once again the water of the spirit spring became pure light, making a miniature sun emerge from underwater, around it the huge body of a being similar to a squirrel with a very long tail and an humanoid face nursing the sphere of light lovingly. My name is Farron, the revived light guardian said. Another case of lack of imagination, Yadajimai muttered with a grin. I am one of the spirits of light who dwell in Hyrule. I use the life force of the gods to protect this forest, the light said with a booming voice. And yet you needed my help, Naruto said, still angry at the spirit's early words about the twilight. The forces of evil knew how to surpass even my power, O brave youth, and yet, in the land covered in twilight, where people roam as spirits, you were transformed into a blue-eyed beast. That was a sign that the powers of the Chosen One rest within you, and that they are awakening. Look at your awakened form, the light said as its voice grew deafening and light covered Naruto's body of a fox. Once it dispersed, the young man could see that he was once again back into being human, still with his working clothes as a farmhand. Eh? The light muttered with raised eyebrows. Yeah! I am back into being human! That's great! Naruto said with a loud cheer. Where is the green tunic? The light guardian asked with a very worried tone. A tunic? No, I was not wearing a pajama when I was transformed into a fox, the blonde answered, curious by the light's shocked expression. That's not a pajama! That's the garb once belonging to the ancient hero chosen by the gods. Where is it? The light yelled frantically. I don't have it with me, why? Is that a problem? Naruto asked, confused. But, his power should be yours. The true power sleeping within you. The entity answered, its voice gaining in higher pitch at each word. Not to judge, but isn't it possible that you made a mistake? Maybe you took me for someone else, Naruto said. Impossible, your name is Link, the light answered. No, actually, my name is Naruto Namikaze. Link was the name of the old man that took me in his home and told everyone I was his nephew. He died 6 months ago. I am sorry, Naruto answered, sniffing a little at the sad memory. Dead? The light guardian asked with a small, almost squeaky, voice. Yeah, catching a cold at his old age had been fatal for his old body. There was nothing we could do. Well, I guess you missed him of several years, the blonde answered. A long silence fell in the spirit spring before the light guardian slowly opened its mouth wide. Eah-ah-ah-ah-ah! The entity yelled in horror with all the strength of its divine lungs. Maybe things can still be solved, Naruto tried saying. Eah-ah-ah-ah-ah! The light didn't seem to hear him as it continued its horrified scream of anguish. Hoi! Eah-ah-ah-ah-ah! Maybe you should stop, your face is getting kinda red, Naruto tried saying in worry. Eah-ah-ah-ah-ah! Do you think we broke him? Yadajimai asked. Eavaiawea. Probably, Midna said with a worried tone. Eavaiawea. What do we do? Naruto asked. Eavaiawea. Try to make him stop before its head explodes, Midna answered, a little concerned herself at watching the light break the third minute of non-stop screaming. Eavaiawea. Shut the fuck up, Naruto yelled, incredibly making the light fall silent. We are doomed! We are doomed! There is no hope left. All is lost. The Chosen One is already dead of old age, and there is no one that will stop the Twilight from covering everything in its embrace of evil. The light sobbed pitifully. Hoi! There are good people too in the Twilight, thank you! Naruto yelled, once again surprising Midna. Stop telling lies! We are doomed, Hyrule's days are over, and we are all gonna die. Can you at least let me anguish in peace? The Light Guardian said with an angry sob. First off, you of the Light are a bunch of assholes. Just because they are not from here doesn't mean that everyone from Midna's world are evil. Second thing, can you read minds? Naruto asked. Yes, but I can't see how this will change the fact that we are all gonna die in horrible death at the hands of those dirty twisted creatures of Twilight. Slap, the Light Guardian answered, gaining a right hook from Naruto at its words that made its head snap back from the force behind it. You have, Midna said with wide eyes. Quit the bitching and read my mind, bastard! You have a forest to protect! The blonde snapped angrily. How dare you? Fine. Let's see your mind. What may have done a farmhand to be so sure of himself and, oh my, wow! The Light roared in indignation, before falling silent while looking through the young man's memories of his past as a shinobi. So? Am I qualified enough to solve this mess? Naruto asked, crossing his arms with narrowed eyes. Okay, maybe, mind you, we may have a chance here. You seem to have some experience in both fighting and saving the world, so even while not being the chosen one of our prophecy, your being the past one of another might be good enough to help us. The Light Guardian said, trying to recompose himself, but still sounding dubious. Good, I already have a certain idea of what happened here. Any suggestions about how to tackle this thing? Naruto asked. Yes, a dark power rests in the temple deep within these woods. It is a forbidden power that long ago I and the other spirits of light locked away. Because of its nature, it is a power that should never be touched by any who dwell in the light. But this time of crisis leave us with no other choice. You must match the power of the King of Shadows, the Light said, somehow returning to its previous fierce appearances. I'll see what I can do. At least those bastards won't have an easy life, I assure you that, the blonde answered, watching the Light Guardian once again deflate slightly. The power you seek is in the temple in the forest depths. Please tell me you can help us. Anything you want in exchange is yours. Just save us, the Light said with a plea. The price of my services I will give you fully later. For now, I just need a good weapon, Naruto answered, taking a thinking pose. Well, there is the master, the Light started saying before being cut off. HHA. I know what I need. Can you take here the sword Samahata? It can absorb chakra, which is akin to life force, so it may be good enough to kill those monsters, Naruto said. And it looks badass, Yadajimai said. And it looks badass, yeah? Naruto admitted with a little blush. Samahata? What a strange name. Let me see. That's such a dark weapon. I can feel its hunger growl like a bottomless pit, the Light said in disgust. Yep. That's her, don't worry, I have more than what she can swallow, Naruto answered. Do you know how dirty that sounded? Midna asked. I know and I don't care, the blonde answered. Just because we are in deep troubles, the Light Guardian muttered, summoning in front of the former shinobi the living sword. Do you remember me, Samahata-chan? Naruto asked, grabbing the hilt, hissing in pain as thorns appeared on the handle. Instead of bitching, try to have a taste, he said, watching the defense disappear and feeling the sword starting absorbing. Giving a feral smile, the blonde started pumping chakra inside Samahata by force, almost feeling the blade strain to absorb the energy. Barely a minute later Samahata stopped, apparently satisfied. "Burp," a long, baritone burp echoed in the forest, shocking the trees. "I guess she accepted," Midna muttered, watching the blonde strapping the blade on his back. "I hope we are making the right choice, warrior Namikaze. The light will protect you during your journey. May the gods guide your steps," the light said before disappearing. "If you are not the chosen hero, how come you turned into a beast?" Midna asked, coming out of his shadow to move face to face with him. "I guess the seal that holds Yadajimai inside me reacted with the Twilight powers. Instead of turning me into a spirit, it changed me into a 10-tailed fox," Naruto answered, unsure. "Oh well. Not our problem, ee. So, what will we do? Do you want to head to that temple?" "I was going to head there myself, kinda convenient, don't you think?" she asked. "I want to help my friends, so maybe I should try to take a look there as well," the blonde answered. "At least they won't get scared at seeing a huge fox talking to them, Midna said with a smirk. "Yeah, and now I'll need to change my clothes into something more resilient, since I am apparently the one that will be tasked with saving the world, again," Naruto said with a sigh. "You sure? It would be nice to see a farmhand save the world." Midna said from the blonde's shadow. "Since I have to be a hero once again, I will do that my way. Please don't look, I need to change," he answered. "Why? You have nothing more than any other man I saw," she replied. "Please?" he asked again with a pleading look. Fine," she answered, giving the boy her back like he asked. "Thank you," Naruto said with a grateful nod. "TCH. What he ever had to hide, I say," Midna muttered in disdain, hearing the young man splash himself with water with a pleasured sigh. Curiosity having the better of her, she discreetly looked above her shoulder to see what all the secrecy was about, making her heart skip a beat at what she saw. She had seen muscled men, but almost every one of them seemed to have favorited an aspect of their bodies, meaning that they were either mountain of muscles for strength alone or more athletically skinny to have more speed and agility but with less mass on their bodies. The blonde instead, he seemed to stand in the middle of the two worlds, a body of an athlete but with more defined muscles coming from the hard work in the farm. Whatever a shinobi was, their training was apparently one where conditioning was the most important thing, since the body she was watching seemed an human replica of the one of a statue. Every muscle had been trained to have top performances in stamina, power, and speed at the same time apparently. Splash! A new handful of water was thrown against that monument to human hotness, making the small imp girl's eye follow each drop as it ran through valleys of muscles, along his broad shoulders down to his chiseled abs and hips and then down to his. That was what caught Midna's ultimate interest then, as her sight zeroed in with a bad case of tunnel vision towards the big hidden prize. She was not expecting, her transfixed, unblinking eye focusing on every millimeter of what she was watching, carefully and meticulously burning to memory every single detail as water kept running over its impressive size. What was her name again? She was so focused on comparing measures that her brain could no longer waste resources in trivial things like remembering her name, blinking or breathing, but she remembered clearly that the average Hylian man was around the 3 inches, rarely 4, and only when talking about well-endowed, in terms of interesting qualities, while the blonde definitely surpassed that size. So her theory about him being a stranger gained some form of truth. "So it's true what they say about non-Hylian men?" Midna muttered with a feral smirk. "I am almost done. Sorry, I needed to get clean a little," the blonde said with an apologetic tone, never noticing that by bending down to get his pants he also gave new info to his little companion. "TCH. Take your time, at least you won't smell," Midna answered, feigning at the best of her abilities an annoyed tone. "Pretty toned ass as well, nice," she muttered. Mama Midna liked what she was seeing, and usually what Mama Midna liked, Mama Midna got. "Done! I am all ready now," the blonde said with a smirk, feeling a certain degree of pleasure in wearing back his black and orange jumpsuit, and the red cloak over it with the black flames at the bottom. He even secured a huge scroll similar to the one of the Toad's summoning contract to his back, just like he did when he fought against Pain. "Nice outfit," Midna commented, returning inside his shadow to plot a certain side mission of her own. "Yeah. In the end, it's nice to be back," he answered cheerfully. Moving back towards the woods, the blond young man found himself in front of a closed gate on the road towards the depths of the forest. "As a fox I jumped over, I can do that now as well," he said with a shrug. "Blow it to pieces, let's show to Midnabaka what you can do," Yadajima said, sighing at being once again a huge vixen instead of human. "What was that?" Midna asked, curious. "I saw you spy on him. He is mine," the Biju hissed, hiding her conversation from Naruto's ears. "Who says I'm interested?" the imp answered with a chuckle. "The fact that you were panting while watching him," she answered with narrowed eyes. "I don't pant, thank you. Besides, he's a young man, sooner or later he'll need release. And when he is human you are a fox, so he will need help. I might even be so generous as to help him until he has had enough," Midna answered. "TCH. With that small body? I can even see that you are a frigid wooden pussy, probably getting scandalized if someone says penis," Yadajima answered. "I am not Zelda, thank you," Midna said with narrowed eyes. Back in Hyrule Castle, an unladylike sneeze rattled the windows. "I am his mate," the vixen said. "Just because he is stuck with you," Midna answered, highly amused by the other woman's anger. "You don't even want him. Why do you do this?" Yadajima asked with a snarl. "Because teasing you is getting always more fun. Hee. Don't worry, you precious mate is safe," the small girl said with a wave of her hand, a mischievous smile on her face. "At least I have him. You smell of cowardice. Someone like you is not worth my time or respect. Be happy to be alone, because I pity whoever will be so unlucky to be forced to stay with you," the ten-tailed fox said with a sneer. "Cowardice?" Midna asked. "I watched you, and I will keep an eye on you until this forced partnership with us is over, like that you won't betray us as well," she answered. Before the other could say a thing, the blonde's voice managed to interrupt their discussion. "Girls!" Naruto yelled, startling both. "Yes?" Midna asked. "I don't know what you were talking about, but please alert me before cutting me off. I was getting worried," he asked. "Worried?" the small girl said. "Yeah, you both disappeared without notice and I feared that somehow I had lost both," Naruto said. "I can defend myself," Midna said. "Yeah, but I still want to be sure you are safe. We're friends and I won't leave you behind," he answered. "Oh, thank you," she said, surprised. "Nothing now, watch and be amazed. Rasengan!" Naruto yelled, summoning in his hand the spiraling sphere of chakra he then used to blow the wooden gate to bits. "Okay. I'm amazed," Midna admitted with a small nod. "See? I told you I could do more as a human than as a fox. Let's go," he answered, running deeper in the forest towards the temple hidden there. Not too far away from the demolished gate, a young man with an afro hairstyle was looking at the scene of destruction and back at the key of the gate in his hand. Dropping his head with a sigh, he threw away the key, cursing the missing of a new occasion to sell a lantern and oil and gain a new customer. Running through the short cave towards the still gas-covered forest, Naruto spun on himself to grab whatever was chasing him, moving in front of his face the same female monkey he saw earlier. "What do you want?" he asked. "Hua!" the animal said, pointing back. "No, I don't need a lantern, I have my ways to see in the dark." "Why?" the blonde said. "He can speak to monkeys even as an human?" Midna asked. "Nah. That thing is just telegraphing what you want," Yadajima answered. "Huaichire," the monkey said, twisting itself free from his and pointing frantically at the purple gas filling the forest floor. "Yeah, it's deadly, so what?" Naruto asked, making the monkey go red-faced in rage. "Wapea!" "Hua!" the animal howled, jumping on the spot in annoyance. "TCH. If you want to pass through, just tree jump. Is not like I can't do that myself. As a human I can do this for way much longer since I know how to do it properly," the blonde answered, jumping on a tree and walking vertically on its bark until he stood upside down on a high branch. So? You're not coming? He asked. H.U. The monkey screeched with her mouth open wide in shock. Whatever. I'll go ahead, catch up when you decide what to do, Naruto said, jumping between trees and leaving behind a bewildered monkey wondering how much humans changed since she last saw some. How many chances do you think there were that the very same tree I found Talo at would have turned out to be the one where I needed to go? Naruto asked. Very few, especially since that place was supposed to be sealed off and the guardians responsible for the sealing had their powers sucked off and stolen. I'd bet that the supposed power holding it closed also failed pretty easily, the ten-tailed Bija answered. Why'd you defend me, by the way? Midna asked. I told you why, we're friends, and I'll be damned if I don't help and protect my friends, Naruto answered. We barely know each other. It's pretty soon to say if we are friends or not, she said. Oh, I'm sorry then, he answered with a sad tone and a downcast expression. Let's focus on this now. We'll talk a little after saving the kids, then we'll decide if we are friends or just two people sharing a mission, MK? Midna said cheerfully. Yeah, he muttered. Don't mind her, you have plenty of friends. Me, Ilya, Russell, the people of Orden, and the kids we're going to save. Let her be alone if she wants to, Yadajime said. Thanks, Gimi-chan, I needed that, the blonde answered with a smile. See? That's better, let's find those brats and save this place, me and you, just like old times when we showed everyone how badass we are, the vixen said in determination. All right, he answered, fire burning in his eyes. Hoy, Midna said, looking at them curiously. No one cares, thank you, Yadajime said with narrowed eyes. There is a shining wolf coming this way. I thought you would have liked to know, Midna answered, her amused smile strained. How did that thing manage to sneak up on me? It's emitting light on its own, Naruto said in surprise. That's because both of you were spacing out, the imp girl said with a short, empty laugh, feeling alone all of a sudden. The strange animal had in that moment stopped barely few feet from the shinobi, looking in his cerulean eyes with its own red, both its eyes and fur shining in an ethereal light, taking a combat stance. It growled at Naruto. What do you want? The blonde asked. In answer the wolf pounced on him, covering his view in a blinding white light. Inside the Biju seal, an instant later, the wolf was looking around with a surprised expression, expecting to see the smoky white land of the spiritual world welcome both him and the boy he thought was the chosen one. What he found himself in was instead the old sewer system the Juubi vixen had been sealed into, even if lacking the knee-high water or the stench of decay that once was in there. Hearing a loud, deep growling sound, the wolf looked up, finding its eyes growing wide and its jaw hitting the floor as the massively huge Yadajime, having reached the same size of the old Juubi after the absorption, was looking all the way down to the beast with a deep sneer and narrowed eyes, her 10 tails spread behind her to add to the imposing image. What the fuck do you want? What are you doing in my mate's head? She demanded with a booming voice. Coming pretty close at actually releasing a brick from its backside, the wolf moved its mouth open and closed few times as to find the correct words. The chosen one? The spiritual animal asked weakly. Dead of old age, you people missed him of several years, we're filling in for him, Naruto answered, walking towards the two and jumping to sit on the vixen's huge head. What? The wolf yelled in horror. Yup, apparently the bad guys attacked later than what you all anticipated. Can I help you? The blonde asked. This can't be happening. I wanted to impart my knowledge to the Chosen One and help him achieve more power to fight the evil that plagued this land. Like that I would have been able to pass on and free myself from the guilt that it's waiting on my soul. The creature answered with a tone bordering on the whining, switching its appearances to a skeleton wearing an old armor. Too late then, he's already dead, Yadajime said with a shrug. Can I teach it to you then, young man? At least I will console myself with the notion that I would have helped a new hero in his quest, the spirit asked, sounding hopeful. I had been already trained to be a shinobi, but some pointers for how to use a sword would be great, At least I won't just wave Samahata around like an idiot. Naruto answered. Wonderful! Whenever you want my help, just look for the statues that howl with the sound of the wind. Seek the sound that calls to the spirit of the beast too. The dead warrior started saying before a laughing fit of Naruto stopped him. No. It doesn't work like this with me. I am tired of this. Show your willingness to learn. Before getting some miserable pointers, you want to help? Tell Yadajimai what you want me to know, she will. Write down. Everything for me to study later, the blonde said, shaking his head. What? That is not how things are done. You must seek with humility the will to learn and... The spirit tried saying before being interrupted again. Humility? Bitch please, we are not the ones that fucked up and wish to amend to our mistake by teaching some technique you want to pass on? Good, do things our way and everything will be fine. Both me and Naruto are professional warriors and already are trained. At the very least you would be polishing some details. Do not act so high and might just because you know how to swing a blade, Yadajimai said. How dare you! You vile beasts don't know how. By Jadama! The vixen yelled, shooting a colossal sphere of energy that flew at an inch of the warrior, causing a loud explosion that shocked the whole area. This time a brick did fall from the spirit backside. I didn't need the headache, Gimi-chan, Naruto said with a whine. Sorry. It will pass in an instant, the Biju said with a gentle smile. Okay, maybe you already know how to fight, the dead warrior admitted with a whisper. So? Those wonderful techniques? I won't be pushed down a fucking ravine just to prove that I want to learn something, Naruto said, making the spirit grumble in annoyance. Okay, what kind of teacher would push a student down a ravine to test him, I wonder? The entity muttered as it started talking. It was anticlimactic, but at least like that he would still have his redemption to rest in peace, after beating whatever idiot missed the fact that the chosen one was about to die of old age before telling him. But while in the seal time flowed slower, making possible to the dead warrior to teach what he knew to Naruto, to the outside world in that apparent instant it took for the meeting to take place, a new problem had just reached the coasts of Hyrule. See, not far away from Hylian territory. A lone man was looking at the land as the small ship he had boarded in secret drew closer. It had took him almost a year to track down his target and learn enough Hylian to ask around for him, but he was Jiraiya of the Sannin, and he was not one to be scared by some difficulties. So we have an accord? The spy master said. Aye, no one of the elemental countries will know you came here. My men don't even know we had an extra helper on board. That trick of yours to look like me was kinda cool. Can you teach me? The young man answered. Sorry, boy. I only have one student, and he's somewhere in Hyrule, and I need to talk to him, Jiraiya answered. Then I guess I'll have to tell the captain about the clandestine we have on board, the other said with a superior smirk. TCH. Idiot, the toad sage said, slapping a seal on the back of the young man's neck, activating it to erase the whole 3 weeks of time from his mind, effectively erasing every trace of Jiraiya on the ship. I'm not where I am just because I'm pretty, brat. I prepared the seal just for this reason. In a few hours you will wake up with a splitting headache and no memory of ever meeting me, and since you won't remember me, I'll take back my money too, the toad sage said with a smirk, rummaging in the young man's pockets to take back his money he used to buy the trip to Hyrule. I'm coming, Naruto! We need to talk a little, just me and you, two men facing each other, no Konoha or Hokage interfering, but I need to know why you did not return home, the old man said, hopping down the ship to water walk for the remaining distance, and enter the land of Hyrule with as much a low profile as his abilities as a spy could provide. It had took him a lot of time to secretly find the blonde and hide every possible trace to the other spies that had been deployed to find him, but Jiraiya needed to know why he had not returned, and in case he had been somehow coerced into staying or kidnapped, then taking him back by force. Even if a small part of Jiraiya wanted to bring Naruto back to Konoha, even if the blonde had chosen to stay there by his own will, even just to stop feeling guilty about the banishment, no matter how much selfish the Toad Sage himself admitted his mission to be, he would just drag the Gaki back to Konoha screaming and kicking if forced, just to have him back in what he felt was his rightful home. The problems for Naruto had just increased, as his new mission against the King of Twilight moved on. Part of his past had just reached him to forcefully take him back against his will. Feeling a small chill run up his spine, the blonde just exited the seal on his body, steeling his resolve with the new knowledge about fighting with a sword and running up towards the entrance of the temple to save the kids. Still oblivious of the new menace, looking at the horizon wearing a Konoha forehead. Protector. Chapter 3. Unbelievably Annoying Dungeon Crawling. Heaven, home of the three goddesses. 3 women stood silently around a large altar holding a small cup. As one of them took the small container and poured its content on the floor, the other 2 slowly chanted in an unrecognizable musical language, making the small puddle grow in dimensions until it became wide enough to cover the whole floor of the room they were in before showing what was happening in the human realm. The 3 were the golden goddesses of Hyrule and the ones that created the whole realm with their powers. Each one was emanating an aura of power transcending every form of comprehension and mirroring their own personality. They were watching through the large pool of water how Hyrule was still covered in darkness from the doing of the mysterious King of the Twilight with a sad expression. But when 2 spirit springs managed to recover their light and banish the vile darkness, a small smile of hope surfaced on the goddess's face. The hero of time has finally recovered his human form. His powers are awakening, said Faror, goddess of the courage and the one that gave life to every living being of the world, her green aura gaining further light as the big fox returned into being a human. I think, dear sister, that there must be a mistake. I don't think that the young man is our usual hero. He doesn't even have your mark on his body. Naru answered. She was the goddess of wisdom and the one that gave to the world order and laws. Her ice blue aura dimmed to show her surprise. What? Faror yelled with wide eyes, making the image zoom closer with an imperious gesture of her hand. Ooh. Hello there, handsome, said Din with a purring voice. She was the goddess of power, and the one to create the earth itself with her own power, her fiery red aura flashing brightly while mirroring her interest. Easy, Din. Now is not time to dwell in carnal desire. We have more pressing matters to worry about, Naru said with a scolding tone. But he's so awesome. Look. He doesn't even have my mark, but he exudes so much power. His own soul is shining in it. He holds a great power sealed inside him, but I can feel how this is under his own control, the goddess answered with a whine. What about Ganondorf? The goddess of wisdom asked while crossing her arms. Ganon who? The other asked back with a dumbfounded expression. The one you said was worth of your mark. The Gerudo male. The one with the stupid hog-like expression whenever he thinks too hard, Naru said. Oh. The one that smells of pigs. Meh. I am kinda over him already. This young man here seems more promising, Din answered with a shrug. Unknown even to them, from the deepest recess of Twilight Realm, Ganondorf had the strangest pang of betrayal crossing his evil, dead rotten heart. That, and the even more strange instinct of smelling his armpits and by a new deodorant. Back to the goddesses. He's dead. My champion is dead of old age and no one notified me, Faror screeched in horror. Calm down. We'll fire the intern that missed telling you. Look, it seems that the young man, Naruto, I think was his name, said he has experience in battling to save the world. Let's check a little ourselves, okay? Naru said in a placating tone. How can you ask me to calm down? We are doomed. There is no hope left, and you talk about firing interns while Din here is drooling over a mortal, the goddess of courage said in indignation. He punched a light guardian for bad-mouthing the world his little friend comes from. Punching a deity sounds like courage/foolishness if you asked me, Din said. She was a little offended at the drooling thing though. Okay, let's give this a try, Faror said, the 3 switching the image in the water with a fast-forward rendition of the blonde's life. Yep, plenty of courage and damn if he showed power, Din said with an appreciative smile. Yes, he had a slow start, but their brand of magic does seems interesting. I think we can trust him with our mission, Naru said with a nod. Okay. Maybe we can do this. Let's see if he can really pull this off. Faror said with a sigh as the image returned on the present. Are we really peeking on a human? This is technically a breach in his privacy, Neira said. It's his fault if he is changing clothes in the open like that. One thing is courage, another is completely lacking shame, Faror said scandalized. Arf! Din, put your tongue back in your mouth. You will be free to sexually harass our hero once the actual crisis is resolved, the goddess of wisdom said in annoyance. Why not? Just a little? 5 minutes, a little handjob at least, Din said with her best kick-dog expression. You are a goddess! Show some manners, you can't go around harassing humans, Faror said with an angry tone. You say this just because he is not wearing your silly pajama. He is right. That tunic really looks like something one would wear to sleep, Din said with a vindictive grin. What? That tunic is what a real hero should wear, not those ugly clothes the young man is wearing now. Look at how dignified the original hero looks in them, Faror answered with a growl, making a young man with blonde hair and pointy ears appear in the room. The young man muttered in confusion at being summoned before the 3 goddesses. Sorry, Master Link, but unfortunately my 2 sisters are having a discussion and you had been just dragged in, Neira said with an apologetic tone. Tell us the truth, as the one whose spirit was the first to bear the mark of courage symbolizing your being a link to me, is your tunic a sign of your heroic spirit or not? Faror asked. Her answer was a tentative nod from the blonde man. See? He is with me. We should convince young Naruto to switch to MY style. He must wear the sacred tunic if he want to be our champion, the goddess said with a smug smile. Just because Miss Butthurt needs to admit defeat every once in a while to stop her ego from growing so big to eclipse the whole creation. Are you willing to try what our current hero is wearing? I know it sounds kind of stupid as a request, but if we don't resolve this, Faror won't stop pestering us. Din asked. Hey! The other woman yelled in anger. Link answered with a shrug. To be perfectly honest, I am finding Mr. Naruto's ability to speak proper sentences more interesting at the moment, Neira muttered, surprised at seeing Link giving her the middle finger with narrowed eyes. He is mute since birth, thing that translated in his other reincarnations, I fear. Faror answered. She and Neira were watching with calculating eyes as Din transformed Link's clothes into a copy of the black and orange jumpsuit plus red cloak with black flames Naruto was wearing back on Earth. He even had a similar huge scroll on his back. So? It's making you uncomfortable, isn't it? Better the tunic, am I right? Faror asked expectantly. Link seemed to think a little in discomfort before a little breeze courtesy of Din made the cloak billow in a rather dramatic fashion, catching the blonde man's interest. And away! The goddess of courage yelled as her hero started taking different badass poses and marveling at the effect the cloak and scroll gave him. I guess he prefers the new style, Din said with a smug smile. Ahoo! Link said with a happy nod, still trying various poses in a mock fight to see how cool he looked. Just go away, traitor! Faror said with a whine, watching Link go away with his new clothes. Okay, now that we satisfied you two in your fashion sense, can we focus on the matter at hand? Neira asked with a tired sigh. Okay, my only consolation is that everyone else here won't like those clothes, Faror said. Link! You look so cool! Those clothes look way more awesome than the old ones! Several voices could be heard coming from every corner of heaven. Goddess MUMPF! The goddess of courage was about to curse when Neira's hands covered her mouth. Self-blaspheming is not what we need at the moment, the goddess of wisdom said with narrowed eyes and a stern tone. Grr! At least things can't get any worse, Faror said with a low growl. Meanwhile, in a different realm, New Hyrule, a young kid was about to launch himself into a sacred adventure with the help of Princess Zelda's spirit, when a female voice breached the sky. Link! The voice called. Who are you? The young boy asked, looking around with wide eyes. Link, I can give you further power to defeat the evil that is growing strong in your world. I am the goddess of power, and I want to give you my blessing. Do you accept? The voice asked. What should I do? the young Link asked. We need all the help we can get. We have no choice but trust this mysterious being, the spirit of Zelda said with a worried voice. I accept, the young boy said. Then, wear the garment of the hero of power and defeat the evil, the voice said as a chibi version of the jumpsuit, and the red cloak floated in front of Link. Cool. The guard's robe looked like a pajama in comparison, the boy said with a starry-eyed expression. I wouldn't have called it a pajama, but I admit that those clothes seems more, I don't know, awe-inspiring, Zelda said with a nod. Thank you, young Link. Thanks to you the legend of the hero of power will be remembered forever, the voice said before disappearing. Back to the golden goddesses. Done! Now I need to do this in the past as well, and then we will see who will be defined cooler, your hero of time/wind or my hero of power. Wanna bet who will win? Din said with a cheerful smile. Fuck you, Din! Faror yelled in rage. And you two are supposed to be ageless goddesses like me, unbelievable. Nehru muttered sadly. With Naruto and Midna, Hyrule, depths of the forest. Whoa! Naruto said, stopping at the entrance of the forest temple. What happened? Midna asked, noticing how his expression changed abruptly. I don't know, I feel strange. Proud maybe? I have the strange feeling that somewhere someone is praising me, the young man said with a confused tone. Ignore the imp bitch, she is just wasting our time, Yadajimai said with a snarl. Hoy! Hey, listen. Is your offer of friendship real? What do you gain from me accepting? The small girl asked while surfacing from his shadow to look at him in the eyes. A friend, and you get one too. Something tells me that you don't have a lot of them back home, Naruto answered. That's it, Midna said in surprise. Well, yeah? I saw that you're hiding something big that you don't want to talk about, and whatever it is seems important, so I want to help you. I like to be useful and can't stand to see people being in a difficult situation without any help, the blonde answered. It got us in more trouble than you can imagine. Tazuna was one of the people he had been adamant in helping, and the whole thing literally went to hell and back before we managed to barely make it out alive, the ten-tailed vixen said with a sigh. But we did, and I never regretted a single instant of it. I had a difficult life and very few people helping me, so I decided that no one else would have to be left behind if I could help it, Naruto answered. Oh. Well, I guess we can give this thing a try then, but don't expect me to be all buddy-buddy with you just yet, pretty boy. Eehee. I am a strong, independent woman who don't need no man, Midna answered with her usual cheerful tone, her laugh this time sounding relieved instead of forced. Happy to hear that, Midna-chan. Come on, let's go, Naruto said as he sprinted forward. Geez. Give me a minute to re-enter your shadow, you dummy, the small girl said as she rapidly moved to follow him. Inside the forest temple. The place was massive and apparently carved out of the rocks where the huge tree grew on. The enormous room that welcomed the blonde smelled of dust and was completely silent, signaling that it had been a long time since someone last entered there. As I said, the seal was non-existent, and the only malevolent emotions I am feeling are not human. You are the first man to enter here since decades, if not more, Yadajimai said from the seal. Look out for those plants, Midna said. What plants? Naruto asked as from underground erupted purple flowers with fanged mouths snapping threateningly at the shinobi. Ugh! Disgusting, mind some salad, Samahada? He said to the sword, gaining a grumbling noise as an answer. Gruh! A near bokoblin muttered while licking his club with hungry eyes. How do you plan to cut both down? Your sword doesn't look too sharp, Midna asked curious. TCH. Miscreant. My massive blade Samahada doesn't slice, it shreds to ribbons, Naruto answered while removing part of the bandages of the sword to show a blade covered in thick blue scales. As if understanding the threat, both plants and bokoblin moved forward to attack. A fast, wide swing later the plants went shredded to pieces while the bokoblin was torn in half, splattering blood, organs and chunks of flesh everywhere in a shower of greenish blood. Ugh! Messy, the imp girl said with gagging voice. Speak for yourself, I love it! the vixen answered with a pleased smile. The plus side is that I get healed every time I use it, since it absorbs the life energy of my enemies and transfers it to me, the young man answered, calmly returning the sword on his back. Who? A monkey said from its cage, shivering slightly from watching the gruesome scene. Hoy! Aren't you that monkey that insisted on me taking a lantern? You've been captured again, geez, you're hopeless, Naruto said, chuckling at the animal's offended pout. Once freed the small monkey, he was rewarded by an angry animal pointing at him with an accusing finger before the same finger pointed at the lantern in the monkey's hand and then at the huge web covering the door at the other side of the room. What? I should use a lantern to take off a simple spider web? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. The animal said while crossing her arms. There was one that blocked the entrance. I just tore it off with a kunai, Naruto said while pointing at the entrance with his thumb. The monkey said with a surprised expression. I can also do this. Katon Enden, the blonde said with a small chain of hand seals before spitting a brief stream of fire that burned down the web. You can do magic as well? Midna asked with a surprised tone. Those A&B kept teaching him techniques to try and win our allegiance to their village. We just learned all we could before leaving, the ten-tailed fox answered with a shrug. So? You're not coming? The blonde asked while forcing the circular door open. Aha! The monkey looked at the lantern before throwing it away and throwing her arms up with an expression, literally saying, You know what? Fuck this, I don't care. You shouldn't get angry, it's bad for your health, Naruto said, snorting at the middle finger he got in answer. The following room was a wide squared area with a raised platform in its middle acting as connection to the other 3 doors on the remaining sides. But whatever bridges that connected the platform to the various doors had already been destroyed by the passing of time, as testified by the few rotten planks still scattered around. It's not so bad. If you dust a little and use fresh paint, the place would look like new. My old apartment in Konoha was in worse shape, Naruto commented. The small monkey said while pointing out one of the doors. The blonde said. I guess she wants us to follow her, Yadajime said. May as well, the shinobi said, yelping in surprise when he felt a spike of malicious intent directed at him, and jumping to the side barely in time to evade the attack of a spider almost twice his own sizes. That is one huge insect, the blonde muttered, watching the spider click its drooling pincers at him in hunger. Oh! It has a skull-like mark on its back. Fascinating, the vixen muttered. I don't think that now is the moment to play entomologist, Midna commented, the 2 women watching as the shinobi dodged to the side. Disgusting, Naruto said while grabbing 2 legs of the monstrous creature to launch it up in the air. Rasengan! He then yelled, thrusting the spiraling sphere in the spider's belly, making it explode. Yuck! Note to self, Rasengan on spiders is overkill, better use Samahata, the guts-covered shinobi muttered with a frown. The small monkey said while pointing to a chest. Once opened, she collected a piece of paper and gave it to Naruto. A detailed map of the temple, closed in a chest without a lock, right at the entrance of the temple itself where everyone can find it. Isn't that too convenient? The blonde asked. Meh. Maybe they feared the new members to get lost or whatever. Don't think about it, and let's just go on. If we stop every time something doesn't make sense, we will never finish this mission, Yadajime answered with a shrug. Once they passed the new door, the human and the monkey found themselves outside, watching as a long bridge connected the rocks to the base of a smaller tree. Apparently happy about what she saw, the monkey ran forward, but halfway through the bridge a wide-furred baboon came out of the opposite door, sneering in disdain at the other animal. It raised the strangely shaped boomerang in its hands, covering it in a black aura before throwing it. From the small weapon a huge gust of wind generated, clearly curling in half the long bridge and forcing the monkey to rapidly retreat to not fall in the abyss under it. Okay, the baboon said in satisfaction as it retrieved the boomerang. Turning his back on Naruto, it spanked its butt with a challenging smile on its face before retreating back inside the huge tree, missing completely the narrowing eyes of the shinobi. You okay down there? the blonde asked while helping the small monkey to climb up from barely grabbing the edge of the bridge instead of falling down. Yeah, the animal muttered in clear sadness. Wanna have some revenge? Naruto asked with a feral smirk. The monkey nodded in doubt. Then watch this, Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Shadow clone technique, he said while moving his fingers in a cross-hand seal, summoning a dozen of clones of himself. You know? Thanks to me he can summon several thousands of those. We never tried to see how many he can summon since I absorbed the 10-tailed beast, but with all the chakra I possess now, I think that we may be able to reach 1,000,000, just to say. Yadajimai said in smug pride. Unbelievable, Midna muttered. While the majority of the clones jumped in the void, grabbing the legs of the one in front of them to create a temporary bridge, two of them stood at the sides of the original, the real blonde grabbing his right hand to concentrate energy on it, the second clone keeping both hands over his while the third moved his hands back and forth with a rapid tempo, forming a sphere of energy that was slowly growing in sizes. What are you doing? Midna asked while momentarily coming out of Naruto's shadow. The bastard likes to play with wind? I will show him what a real storm is. I am a wind element myself, and this is my little joy, my favorite jutsu. Raisin Shuriken, the blonde answered, lifting his hand where now a big sphere of energy with 4 wings was rapidly spinning, the deafening roar of a storm coming out from it while the excessive wind was battling everything in its surroundings. And you want to slam it against that tree? Midna yelled over the roar of the technique. Nah. I'ma boomerang it, he simply answered, throwing the giant wind-made shuriken with a lazy gesture. Inside the tree, at the moment. Okay, the baboon was happy. The dirty human won't be able to reach him just like the strange helmet he was wearing asked him to do. Ever since that strange thing landed on his head, OK had felt incredible. He could feel power radiate from the small thing through his whole body. He was the greatest, the strongest of the forest, and as long as he kept following the helmet's orders he knew he will remain so. The strange stick he had also found was incredible. Now OK could control winds. No one was stronger than OK. And no one. Kratakaboom! It was an instant, but in a blinding light followed by the strongest gust of wind the baboon had ever felt, an entire side of the chamber seemingly evaporated, leaving a huge hole in place of the entire wall. Once the dust settled, OK found himself looking at the heavily damaged ceiling from under the smoking remains of a pillar. A small part of his mind that was not screaming about the agonizing pain washing over him was idly marveling at the fact that the whole structure was still standing after the world-shattering explosion instead of collapsing on itself. The small insect that was on his head in the meantime had already been destroyed, freeing the baboon of its influence. Who's laughing now? Naruto asked as his azure-eyed glare filled the baboon's vision. OK, the baboon remembered what he did to the human, and with a whimper he soiled himself. Several times in a row. OK? OK muttered while presenting the boomerang with a clearly nervous smile. Something tells me that he is trying to give you that as a peace offering, Yadajimai said. OK, I'll admit it, that was awesome, never seen a spell like that before. Midna added, sounding surprisingly awed and respectful. Thanks, I'll take it, but if I find out that you become a bully again, I won't hold back like I did this time, Naruto said while snatching the boomerang from the baboon's hands. OK. OK answered with a furious nod that almost left behind afterimages of his head. Oh, fierce hero, a voice said from the boomerang. Whoa, Naruto said in surprise. I am the Fairy of Winds who resides in this boomerang. You have freed me from evil, and I now have my true power back. Please, goddesses, the weapon said before letting out a moan. What? Yadajimai said with wide eyes. Ooh. Oh. Oh, your soul is so attuned with the winds and nature as a whole. I feel like losing myself in the maelstrom of your spirit. Please take me aim. Take my power with you, use it to aid your quest, and may both my power and my blessing go with you. Focus your pen, your power inside me, I mean the boomerang, before releasing it to unleash the power of wind to aid you, you fucking stew dash. Okay. Thank you, the blonde said, cutting the fairy off by rapidly sealing the boomerang away. That fairy was harassing you. I can't believe this, ee. You attract the most curious people, you know? Midna said with a chuckle. Yeah, that was strange. Could it be that the power the light spirit talked about is this boomerang? Naruto asked. I don't think so. The spirit talked about a dark power. That thing contains the spirit of a fairy. It's something too light-sided to be what we are looking for. The small girl answered while shaking her head. Then, what should we do now? The blonde asked. Yeah. The small monkey said while tugging the leg of the blonde man's pants. What's wrong? He asked. Look. The small thing said while pointing back at the entrance. She wants us to follow her apparently. Maybe she will take us to this mysterious object we need. Yadajimai said. Better than nothing. Come on, show me the way, Monkey-chan. Naruto answered while following the small animal. Behind them, OK chuckled nervously before fainting in elation at being left alive. He'd dig his way out of the ruins once he had calmed down enough. Back in the temple. Once back in the wide room, the monkey jumped on one of the remaining ropes holding the bridge before reaching another door, waving at the blonde to reach her. I wonder what she wants from us. The shinobi muttered while walking on the wall and towards her, laughing at how the animal shook her head at another show of skills she wasn't expecting, probably admitting defeat. She's just coming to accept the fact that you're different from the humans she is used to see, Midna said with a chuckle herself. Oh wait! I almost forgot! The blonde said, throwing a kunai at the ceiling where several things had been kept glued there by a mass of spiderwebs, freeing among them a small chest. A clone later, a little compass was in Naruto's hand. And this? He asked while showing the object to Midna. Several spells in it. If it still works properly, it should be able to point us towards whatever we want to find. Just hold it while thinking about what you need. The small imp answered. So if I want to find a monkey? The blonde answered, watching as the small arrow of the compass moved to point at the monkey near him before moving towards the door in front of them. Oh! Useful, it pointed there when I asked about monkeys, one of your friends? He asked to the animal, getting a nod in answer. Okay, let's see why you want us to meet this friend of yours. The shinobi answered with a shrug, opening the door to follow the monkey. The answer was running through corridors dug out of rock, then wood, and sometimes both incredibly, and passing over the fact that there were webs as thick as walls and probably big enough to catch an elephant. The whole place was rotten, not in a spiritual way, but literally falling apart from disuse, and with rooms where water was covering pretty much everything. And this was a temple? Naruto asked with a scrunched face as the smell of dust was making the air hard to breathe. God knows when was the last time people came here. What did you expect? The Juubi vixen said in disgust as the area remembered her the old sewer the seal used to be. The door is locked. We will need to find a key. The blonde said once reached an heavily locked door covered in chains. Can't you just use that Rasengan spell? Midna asked. It's a jutsu, and it feels wrong to use it here somehow, he answered. Please? The imp asked with a surprisingly sweet tone. You like that technique, don't you? Yadajimai asked with a knowing smirk. I'm certain that I can replicate it, but I need to see it close few times to do that, the small girl answered. If you say so, Rasengan, Naruto said while summoning the spiraling sphere in his hand. Hold on, Midna asked, coming out of his shadow to look closer at the jutsu with a calculating gaze. Can I? Go ahead, I'm starting to get the idea behind it, but I want to do this myself, she answered with a nod before disappearing. With a thunderous explosion, the chains, door, and part of the wall exploded outward, leaving a perfectly round hole in the wall, showing a pair of shocked bokoblin mounting guard to a caged monkey. Piss off or fight. I have no time to waste, Naruto said with a grin. Gra, eh? One of the two said threateningly while looking at the side for its fellow bokoblin, only to see the other's back as it rapidly ran away, turning into a tiny dot in the horizon in mere seconds. Believe it or not, he was the smart one, the blonde answered while cracking his knuckles. 30 seconds later the battered creature was fleeing the area in pain while the new monkey was free and jumping around Naruto in joy. So you want me to free your friends? He asked. Okay, both monkeys said with a nod. May as well. In the meantime we'll look for the object of power the light spirit talked about. Midna said with a shrug. The various monkeys that had been scattered practically all over the temple had been fairly easy to find, especially with the strange compass and the map of the building. The little horde of animals following them had at least made things a little bit more entertaining, since they kept a party-like feeling going on while walking, happy to be all together once again. You miss your friends? Midna finally asked after the blonde's new sigh. Yeah, I just hope they are okay, Naruto answered. Russell would die to protect the village and never failed. The mayor too, even if quite the dumb, has his heart in the right place. If the kids pay attention they will be fine. We have to think about them being safe. If we despair we will lose even before starting. Yadajima answered. Once done here we can go back to check on your village before continuing, the imp girl said. Don't worry, I'll be okay, he answered as the last monkey finally got free from its cage. Bridges that move with the wind, that's highly impractical if you asked me, especially inside where wind does not blow, the vixen said with a sigh. They probably used the boomerang for that. I still prefer a small wind bullet jutsu, it's faster that way, Naruto answered. Good thing Kankura taught you those jutsu then, the Biju answered. Okay. Okay, the various monkeys yelled in happiness, clapping their hands at the blonde. The monkeys should be satisfied now. We just need to continue comb this place for places where we didn't look. Any idea? Midna asked. There's that huge chamber where the floor had given in. We could try to see what it's hidden behind the door on the other side, Naruto offered. The one with the huge-ass lock? I could feel the thickest amount of malevolence coming from there. Whatever lies behind that door is both big and angry, Yadajima said. It's still a place we haven't checked before, and after all those spiders, bokoblins and carnivorous plants, I'm not about to be scared by some big mean thing behind a locked door, Naruto answered. That's the spirit. Tell to those smelly monkeys to show us the way, the vixen said with a triumphant smile. A short run later and the human plus monkeys group arrived in a huge room, scarcely illuminated, and with a whole side occupied by the roots of one of the trees above. The group of monkeys looked at each other for an instant before climbing the plant up to the middle of the ceiling, with a determined, okay. One of them hung upside down from the root while prompting the others to follow, slowly forming a long chain that then started swinging towards the shinobi, signaling him to grab the last one. I guess they copied your idea with the clones, Midna said with a chuckle. I can just walk on the walls, there's no need for that, the blonde commented. It's their way to thank you for saving them, just accept their help, Yadajima said. Okay, he said while jumping, holding the hands of the animal before dropping on the opposite side, in front of a massive door blocked by the biggest lock Naruto had ever seen. Shit! I forgot to find the key for this. Can I just raise and gan this down again? He asked. Nope, charmed lock. Even if in tatters the protections around it are still pretty strong. It's either you finding the key or using a more powerful version of what you used against that baboon and leveling the whole room to dust, Midna answered. Sigh. Okay. Let's go find that blasted key, the young man answered with a whine. Inside the room, in the meantime, purplish water kept bubbling and smoke smelling of decaying matter clung in the air as the great twite parasite Diababa kept feeding on the great tree and its surroundings. Her children kept growing well and her hunger was everlasting, but the strange figure that kept killing her babies did not stop. It was drawing closer, and soon Diababa herself would feast on his weak flesh and then use that nourishment to grow her babies into great plants. Ancient power was flowing through her, turning what was once a little seed into the mother she was now, enlarging her hold on the trees at each passing day. The weak human won't stop her, he will feed her. When the big door opened, silence welcomed Naruto as the contaminated water stood still, the predator hidden under the surface waiting with the same patience of the greatest animal predators. When the incautious blonde stepped near enough to the shore, one of the huge heads of Diababa shot out, swallowing the intruder whole in a simple, fluid motion, the smallest of gulps, and the whole body went swallowed towards the mighty stomach of Diabab. Bushin Daibakuha! Clone Great Explosion! The voice of the real Naruto said as the parasite's head exploded to shreds, making a pained shriek echo in the whole temple. As if I will enter a room with something literally screaming about wanting to eat me, the blonde said as the real body of Diababa surfaced, the main head showing a single eye between its petals to glare at the shinobi. Yuck! And hear I though that the Juubi was ugly. Yadajime said while watching Naruto dodge to the side a pressurized jet of contaminated water coming from the giant monster. Gra! The remaining smaller mouth growled while moving forward, biting hard the terrain as Naruto jumped over it to evade the attack. Samahada! He said while removing the bandages almost completely and feeding it chakra, making its scales grow in length and a mouth appear on the tip. The sword has a mouth, Midna said with wide eyes. It does, and it's a hungry mouth, the blonde replied while slashing down, cutting away the second head before running up the stump it left behind, ignoring its rapid rotting to focus on the main head. Bugra! Bellowing in rage, Diababa shook its head to launch the young man towards the wall, but surprised to see the human land on it with ease before running on it to evade the new jet of water the parasite was shooting at him. Futon, Rankuden! Wind release, drilling air bullet, Naruto yelled, spitting a huge bullet of compressed air that drilled a hole in the lower half of the monster's body. Guuh! The parasite grunted, trying to slam its head on the shinobi. Nope. Open up. I need to destroy that eye, the young man said while jumping over the giant head and slashing with all his strength on one of the petals, trying at the same time to not be bucked off from the struggling parasite. With a dull crack dash, one of the three parts forming Diababa's mouth went teared away in a shower of purplish blood. As the huge parasite reared its head back in a piercing scream, Naruto jumped back on the floor, watching with a satisfied smirk as the only eye of the beast was now glaring at him in hate. Does it hurt? He asked with a straight face, earning a scream of rage in answer. I'll take that as a yes, the young man said as he dodged to the left, leaving the jet of water pass near him while digging in the floor. Kagebushin no Jutsu. Shadow clone technique. The blonde said as 6 copies of him came into being, 2 running on the walls towards Diababa while the other 4 plus the original moved forward. Grrrrrrrrrr. Growling at the new menace, the parasite reared its head back ready to spit water once again, conscious that without a third of its mouth biting was out of the question. Now, the original Naruto ordered as the 2 clones on the sides jumped on the monster, each grabbing one of the remaining lips of Diababa. The other 4 clones soon joined their brothers, using the combined effort of 4 blondes to pry the parasite's mouth open, leaving the eye defenseless. Now take this, the original said, jumping high, planting Samahada deep in the eye of the creature, making its cry of pain shock the whole room while slowly fading into silence as it died. Jumping down the rapidly wilting parasite, Naruto could only watch in smug satisfaction as the whole body blackened like a dying plant, and while the water and the rest of the tree seemed to heal instantaneously from what appeared to be the corrupting presence of Diababa, the remaining husk of the creature erupted into black particles, floating slowly in the air before condensing into a pitch-black stone tablet. What the? Naruto muttered while grabbing the strange object, yelping in surprise and dropping it as soon as it touched his hands, only to be grabbed by an eager Minna that looked at it with a pleased expression. Hee. Well done! This is what I was looking for. Its name is Fused Shadow. It's what the light spirit called dark power. Do you remember what that spirit said? About how you had to match the power of the King of Shadows. Could it really be so easy? Is it this all there is to it? Hee. Well, we'll only need to collect every one of them to find out, Midna said with a happy laugh. All of them? Naruto asked with a worried expression. There is a total of 3 fused shadows. I think the other light spirits have the rest, but if you want to know exactly what fused shadows are, well, maybe I'll tell you. If you find the other 2, of course, I guess you'd better do your best to find them, huh? Hee, she answered with a dark-sounding giggle. Hoy! Don't give me that shit! That thing smells of darkness. I can feel the evil oozing out of it in waves. So unless you tell me what the fuck that is, you will have to hunt those by yourself, the blonde said with a furious snarl. I don't need to explain this to you. You won't understand. Midna answered with narrowed eyes, surprised to hear him scream in rage. That's it! I am out of this. I am tired of this you can't understand bullshit. First with Sasuke, then with Kakashi and Tsunade, and now you. I am not an idiot. I won't be led around by the nose because you people think that I am a moron. Don't want to tell me? Fucking fine. I will save the kids and find a way to stop that idiot King of Shadows and resolve this crisis by myself, like I always do, Naruto said while walking back towards the door. And how do you plan to do this, eh? You need my help. You can't understand how the Twilight works since it's not of this world, Midna answered while grabbing the young man's whole body with her colossal hair-made hand. Piss off! I defeated a demon that by all rights should have been invincible when I was just a young brat. I killed a goddess guiding a 10-tailed abomination, and sure as fuck I can deal with a weirdo that likes to turn everything in shades of grey. Even a seer that predicted my own death had to watch as I shat on that and kept living. I am not the dead last. I am not a loser, Naruto answered, breaking free with an animal-sounding grunt. Hey, stop this whining, you idiot! Throwing a childish tantrum won't help me change my mind, the small girl said, flying towards him until their faces stood barely an inch from each other. You speak so high and mighty, but maybe Yadajime is right. Is this mess your fault as well? The blonde asked, pleased to see her flinch. What do you mean? Midna asked back, her anger faltering. You won't tell me, that's for sure, but this doesn't mean I can't make suppositions. You somehow are part of the reason Twilight is covering everything, otherwise Zelda herself won't have stressed how much those strange beasts were hunting you down, and now I have seen something that had been probably corrupted by a piece of the something you want me to collect, the fused shadows, as you called it. And so I wonder, am I helping a bad guy? Or I am just the instrument a coward wants to use to repair her mistake? Help me choose, please, Naruto said with a feral smile. Ah, you don't understand, you ignorant fool, Midna yelled in rage. Here we go again with the snob talking, what's wrong? Scared of saying a more common fuck you? Come on, try it. It's very liberating, the blonde said in amusement. You spoiled bra slap! Midna tried saying before the blonde's hand caught her cheek fully, shocking her. Don't you dare to call me like that! I had to swallow more shit in my life than anyone should have in 3 lifetimes. If ever, I am everything but spoiled. I had to work myself to death and back to have the bare minimum, Naruto answered in fury. Calm down, there is no need to get mad, Yadajime said in worry. No! I won't calm down! I am tired of being the forgiving one, the blonde answered. How dare you! Fuck you! Midna yelled with watering eyes. There! See? It's not hard to step down to the commoner's level, you snotty bitch, the young man said. I am not a bitch, the girl answered with clenched teeth. But you act just like one. There is no difference, Naruto answered. Fuck you then, she yelled. No, fuck you, the blonde answered. Fuck you. No you. No you. Bitch. Asshole, Midna said with a roar, her forehead pressing on his with a narrowed eye while both growled at each other. Piece of sure. Naruto was about to say before the small imp took a handful of his hair and slammed her lips on his, slithering her smaller, but longer, tongue in his mouth. Hoi! Hoi, stop it! He is mine! Yadajime said with a growl. Ignoring the vixen, the two kept kissing, hungrily tasting the other's tongue as the two twisted and twirled together in the furious kiss, Midna hovering slightly higher to force her drool down his throat. Drown in me, breathe me, choke, swallow and endure it, the very aroused imp thought while sucking on his tongue, pinching his nose to force him to drink her. Breath play? Two can do this, Naruto thought in a daze. Surprising her, he took a hold of her hair and pulled back painfully before returning to the kissing, this time with his tongue invading her mouth and exploring every nook and cranny of the small area. Yuan! Midna moaned as he drove the thick appendage down her throat, almost choking her while he caressed all the way down with hungry swirls and back and forth motions. I said to stop right the fuck now! Yadajimai roared in fury, forcing her will to take over the young man's body and pushing the imp girl away, separating the two now panting and flustered kissers. Oh! Oh! Oh God! Naruto said as he slowly took back control. Let's just leave this place. Midna spluttered in embarrassment, while the blonde was completely red in his face. Her own had took a slightly greenish tint in her version of the blushing, coming from her being of a different race. Why sorry about that, don't know what came over me, the blonde said with a nervous tone. Same for me, listen, I am not one of the bad guys, it's just, for you people the fused shadows feels like the embodiment of evil, but it's just an ancient and powerful weapon from where I come from. That feeling comes from the fact that the nearest thing your mind can compare it to is darkness. I just need that to help you resolve this problem about the Twilight. The thing is just too nasty to talk about. Just be satisfied with this. I don't want to talk about this. Midna said, surprised to see the blonde stare in her eyes with an indescribable intensity, almost to read her own soul. Sigh. I believe you, but for future reference, trust my judgment a little bit more. I am here to help you. If you need to keep secrets, that's fine. But if there are details that can help us, please at least see if you can at least give me some bits every now and then. Naruto said with a tired sigh while passing a hand through his hair. Really? She asked. Don't know with what kind of people you are used to talk to, but I usually like to move heaven and earth to help my friends, at the cost of my life most of the times too, he answered. Oh, sorry for that spoiled comment by the way, it was uncalled for. Midna muttered. I called you bitch. I was wrong too, peace, Naruto said, presenting his pinky finger with a gentle smile. Yee. What do you think I am? A little girl? Midna asked with a short laugh. What I think you are? An annoying little pest, maybe, but also a friend, he answered. You have no idea how annoying you are. I have never met someone like you able to go so deep under my skin without even trying. Oh, to hell with it. If you can't beat them, join them, peace, she said with a theatrical huff, latching her pinky finger to his with an happy smile. Friends, but just because I like you, Friends is one thing, but mouth-raping my man is another, you filthy bitch, Yadajimai said with an angry snarl, totally ignored by the other two. About what I said before, are you really part of this whole mess? And no need to tell me the whole truth, but at least give me an idea, Naruto asked. I still can't tell you, but know this, I can just say that I was unable to act at a given moment, that and other issues are the cause of this, but I need your help to resolve this, as for now I can't do this by myself, she answered, momentarily closing her eyes as if in pain. His hug silenced any other thing she wanted to say. It was warm, caring and even more than friendly, as she could swear she could feel a tinge of love in it as well. She was totally unprepared for that. Is that true? He asked, looking in her eyes once again. Yes. Then I am all yours, I will help you at the best of my abilities, the blonde said with a nod and a smile. When he says that he is yours, he is being metaphorical. He already has me, so he doesn't need any other. I can tolerate Ilya just because I am still trapped here, but nothing more than that, Yadajimai said. It's a pity then, he is a great kisser, You sure you want to stay with that giant furball? I can be used so much better, Midna said with a smirk while snapping her fingers to open a portal on the floor. I have more than what you can swallow, dirty girl. I saw you spying on me while I was changing. You'll pay me later for the show, he said, spanking her ass before entering the portal and disappearing inside it in a small cluster of fragments of shadows. He totally missed the spluttering imp that was now completely green from her blushing as she followed him through the portal. She was at the same time cursing herself for getting hot and bothered from his kiss and spanking, cursing the blonde for leaving her hot and bothered instead of taking responsibilities, and thanking the shadows covering her body that were hiding the small trickle moving down her leg from her nether regions. Barely few seconds after they left, in a deafening mixtures of different sounds, the part of the temple the shinobi had attacked with the raisin shuriken finally collapsed, luckily with no monkey or other innocent creatures inside. OK slowly shook his head in sadness while watching his home crumble to ruins, preparing his speech to the other monkey about leaving the humans alone and stopping their raids. Goddesses forbid another monster coming to punish them. Spirit Spring, Faron Woods. Few seconds later. Once reappeared in the springs of Faron, the blonde shinobi was greeted by the relieved voice of the light spirit. Ah! Heroic Namikaze, do not think that Hyrule is now saved from the spread of Twilight, the disembodied voice said. Yeah, this is only the beginning, Naruto said with a sigh. Yes, in order to continue your mission you need to leave these woods and go to the west, where you will find the land protected by the spirit named Elden. There you will also find those you seek, Faron said. The kids? Why you did not say this before when I first came here? The young man asked. My powers had been severely weakened by the evil forces that had took over the Twilight and are using it for their nefarious plans, the spirit answered, carefully avoiding calling Midna's world evil. I guess someone learned their lesson. You should probably punch the other spirits too, just to be safe, Yadajimai said with a smirk. But know that these lands lie in Twilight. They are now a dark realm covered by the clouds of dusk. If you set foot beyond the curtain of Twilight, you will revert to your beast form, so be prepared, Faron said. Luckily I am able to defend myself in fox form too, the blonde muttered, ignoring the squeal of the vixen at the prospect of her regaining a human body. Hero Namikaze, this adventure has just begun. Be strong and may the goddesses smile upon you, the light spirit said before falling silent. Well, at least searching those kids should be much easier now, Midna commented, still a little nervous after her incident with Naruto. When I'll turn into a fox, will I be able to count on you? The blonde asked. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you, she answered, her voice faltering a little towards the end. You okay? It's about the kiss? We were both angry and excited after the fight and stressed, and we both acted on instinct and… Don't worry about that, let's just go, the imp girl answered before almost fleeing inside his shadow. Is she angry? Naruto asked to the fox. She seemed more confused than angry. We'll talk with her again in case she keeps acting strange, Yadajimai answered uncertain. Okay, for now let's just focus on finding this land in the Twilight, Faron said to move towards the west. The shinobi said, rapidly moving out of the woods. What they found after a short run, among few bokoblins roaming around, was an immense grass field traversed by a small river and few sparse trees. If not for this or that monster, the area would be pretty peaceful. These is what the locals call Hyrule Field, Midna muttered, still sounding uneasy. Listen, whatever is troubling you, we can talk about it. I may not know the full story, but if you need someone to talk to, I'm here, Naruto said with a sigh. No. I'm fine, she answered, unconvincingly. Let's rest a little, no sense in rushing blindly. We need to think rationally if we don't want to make mistakes, the blonde said, stopping under a near tree to sit down between its branches. You sure? What about the kids? Midna asked. As Naruto said, we need to stay focused, and even if we could just go on without sleep for about days, that would also influence our performances. It's also getting dark. Between animals and bokoblins the forest will swarm with activities, and so he would not be able to catch a breath, Yadajimai answered. I see. Until we have a clear idea of what to do, we need to slow down. The kids are reasonably safe as spirits trapped in Twilight, even if it pains me to say this. If we rest a little, it doesn't mean that we are abandoning our quest. But if we do everything in one breath, we risk burning ourselves out without getting things done properly, the ten-tailed vixen answered. Maybe you're right, let's hope this won't give us more problems in the future, Midna said with a defeated tone, trying to return inside the blonde's shadow. Wait. Until you are covered in my shadow, light won't damage you, right? Naruto asked. Pretty much, like this I can interact with the outside world, but I still don't like being in the light, she answered. Then stay outside, it'll be night and I'll cover you, he said while dragging her close to him and covering both with his flame-decorated cloak. I am not a teddy bear to cuddle with, the girl said, but whatever resistance, albeit weak and half-hearted to her own surprise, was easily ignored by the young man that rapidly fell asleep, hugging her close to his body. "You idiot, stop being so considerate. I don't want you so close. It'll just hurt us both in the end," she whispered sadly, hoping to have a calm sleep. Unfortunately for Midna, her sleep was far from calm, and a very peculiar dream started playing as soon as she fell asleep. Warning: will contain strong language and suggestive images. Please jump over if you are susceptible. I won't listen to parents whining because they let you read this. Midna's dream. It's her dream, so it's normal if Naruto acts differently. The young woman found herself almost chalking away by the rough yet passionate kiss that practically shocked her from sleeping into a passionate heat. As her eyes focused, she could see her companion Naruto look at her with a superior stare that exuded power and supremacy, as he lifted her in his arms and down at the base of the tree they were on. "Naruto?" she questioned as she placed a finger to her lips in surprise. The lingering sensation of the kiss still present. "Kiss me," he ordered while kneeling down to be once again on eye level. She nodded in embarrassment, while wrapping her arms around his shoulders, pressing her lips to his in a loving kiss. Several seconds later she broke the kiss and leaned back, looking into his lust-clouded eyes before kissing him again, this time deeply and more forcefully. Their tongues battled long and hard, both caressing the other's back while moaning at the taste of the foreign lips. "Did you like it?" she asked with a superior smirk that followed shortly after a giggle. "You're wonderful, Midna. I can't stop thinking about you. I can't stop thinking about you riding my back as a fox and feeling your body pressing on mine when you lean closer to speak to me," he told her. She smirked in victory with her hand rubbing his crotch through his pants, enjoying his barely audible and pained moans of pleasure. "Oh, please! I can't hold back anymore. Make me feel good, please!" he begged pitifully while rising his crotch and pressing it against her hand. "Oh! Look at you, so desperate and needing. You're just good enough to eat whole, and that is what I plan to do," she purred before proceeding to disrobe him. Once he had been completely disrobed, she moved her hair to slowly caress his member, greatly enjoying his moans and high-pitched shrieks for a long time with a wide smile on her face. "Please suck it," he begged between moans. "Someone here's just lost all his sense of superiority? Where did that strength go, I wonder?" she replied with an amused tone. Please," he begged once again. "Enjoy this, my little toy," she said with a smug expression as she knelt in front of him and, wrapping her hand around his erection, started stroking him, earning moans of pleasure from him. His already scary appendage seemed even more overwhelming in her current size, but the prospect of pain mixed with pleasure only seemed to fan the fire in her loins harder, prompting her to do more, to go faster, to be rougher on him until he could no longer spew a single drop. She was stroking him with alternating rhythms, twisting, turning, pumping the shaft in her hands, sometimes moving through a two-handed pumping or jabbing a finger in his ass to stimulate him from the inside. Her tongue too took action, licking, sucking and even dipping in his slit, making his breath come out in sharp wheezes. Come for me," the imp girl ordered as she gave sharp twists to the blonde's dick with unblinking eyes. With an animal-like roar of pleasure/relief he erupted with all his strength, sending loads of his hot thick cum onto her face and waiting mouth, one hand still stroking him to force out more, the other scooping his seed from her face to show him the astounding quantity before making a show of pouring it in her mouth. "You taste delicious, Blondie. But I wonder if you can give me more, ee-hee-hee," Midna purred from her knelt position. "Two can play this game," he said in a hot whisper. To the girl's utter surprise, Naruto's erection returned in an instant, and even seemed to gain more power behind it. "My turn now," he said with a growl, pinning her down with a rough movement and blocking her small arms under his knees. "Those tits are small, but they should still do the trick," he said with an hungry tone while putting his cock where her breasts would normally be. Grunting in satisfaction, he started to move through a tit job-like fashion. The girl obediently used her tongue on his tip, giving Naruto additional pleasure. While his fingers kept running through her silky orange locks, Midna's helmet came undone, freeing her face for him to look. "You're so pretty without that thing," he said between moans as he gained speed. "Thanks," the flustered girl said with a meek tone. Once again his limit, the blonde gave out a loud howl of pleasure, and showered her face with a large load of his tasty cum, completely covering her small head. Midna just took her time to taste his seed, playing with it with her tongue and enjoying the taste and thick texture, before giving to the young man a smut look and swallowing everything in one single gulp as if it was nothing. To further excite him, she used her hair hand to collect everything that had spilled on her before slurping it down with a playful wink. "You love my cock, don't you, Midna?" the young man asked. "It's a nice snack, yes." "Yee-hee-hee," the girl replied, rubbing her cheek against the tip of his dick. "You do realize that I'm far from satisfied, right? My cute little cum dump?" the blonde said with a superior smirk, as his dick rose once again proudly. "Oh," Midna could only say as she watched with wide, scared eyes as he crossed his fingers in one of his magical techniques. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Technique," Naruto said with lecherous glee, summoning in a chorus of poofs of white smoke a dozen of clones of himself, all of them naked as well, around Midna, making her face grow pale in fear as she watched how she was surrounded by naked men looking at her with untold amount of lust. "So many cocks," she whispered in awe, unconsciously creeping back as they moved closer to her to cut off any escape route. "So Midna, what about a ride?" the original asked, grabbing her sides to force her to rise on her toes, while directing his dick to her very wet hole. "Wait! That thing will kill!" she shrieked as he slid into her hot and tight pussy, stretching it to the breaking point and then some, making her eyes grow wide and her mouth hang open in a silent scream. Putting his hands on her waistline, he pushed her hips upwards, slowly making her groan. And once understood what he was planning, she closed her eyes and sent to the heavens a silent prayer to come out of the whole ordeal alive. Giving playful bite to the back of her neck, he just warned her to get ready before thrusting savagely into her, rising and lowering her small body onto his cock at a manic pace as if using her whole being as a masturbation toy, making Midna moan and howl in pleasure in answer. "Oh, so tight. But I think she still has enough room for another dick, don't you think, guys?" Naruto asked his clones, gaining several amused chuckles in answer. Oh, goddesses, no! Please no, as so full already!" Midna moaned while she was being moved up and down even faster, her mind going numb at each penetration with her whole body almost drowning in pleasure, her body acting against her will and milking the thick shaft inside her with as much strength she could muster. Her world exploded in pain when the clone entered her asshole, stretching her, tearing her apart. Biting down the tears, she found herself panting as pleasure slowly took over the pain, making her breath come out in short gasps as her tongue flapped out of her mouth and her eyes dazed over. She was now moaning in an absolute pleasure, as she was double penetrated by the blonde and his clone. But she wanted a little more. She pulled another Naruto in a deep kiss and initiated a battle between their tongues. She had already lost count of how many times she had reached her orgasm since they started, but couldn't find the willpower to care anymore. Only pleasure mattered to her now. Her pussy and ass were clamping down hard around both cocks as a new orgasm washed over her, the added pressure bringing both Naruto and his clone to their own releases. Loud moans of pleasure echoed in the area as the two males came, sending loads after loads of their cum into her body before a deluge of white erupted from both her holes. Both real and clone Narutos kept Midna impaled on their dicks while waiting for the last drops to come out, her orgasmic high still unwavering as they finally removed their still hard dick from her, making the girl let out a disappointed moan at the loss of warmth. "Hungry for more, Midna?" Naruto asked with a pleased smile. "Cocks, so many, so much to drink," the imp girl muttered with half-lidded eyes. Now, you wanted this, remember? You were the one seducing me all this time, teasing and proposing to be mine," was the cheeky answer. "Yee-hee-hee. Then give me more. Let's see if this body of mine can take all you have to offer, you wonderful stud," Midna said with a weak chuckle as she moved on her knees, her normal hands and the hair-made one grabbing a dick each while she stuffed the real one in her mouth, eagerly sucking on it while jerking off the other three. Tired to be left on the side, the other clones started to slowly jerk off by themselves, their eyes fixed on every inch of the girl's body, fucking her with their sight alone. You like? No matter how many clones you make, I will have you bow to me after emptying those glorious balls of yours, she said before moving her mouth on the original blonde's balls, taking one fully in her mouth while gently sucking on it. Oh God! I don't know what happened, but you are even sexier now, Naruto said while grunting in pleasure. What? Midna asked. Once looked down she saw that she was back in her real body, back into being a normal Twilight woman. To her delight/horror both real blonde and clone's smile grew even more lecherous. Now we are talking! The body of a real woman, all for us to spoil, Naruto said as he and the others pounced on her, their dicks harder than ever. Yes! Yes! More! Give me more! She bellowed as cum started once again to rain on her whole body until. End of the dream. A huge thank you to QB16 for reading this and adjusting some key details for me. You are the best carrot. Oh yeah Naruto baby, fuck me and my slutty ass! Midna yelled as she woke up, shaking the field with her lust-filled, crazed scream of ecstasy. Once regained her composure she looked around until she met the very wide eyes of Naruto looking at her in absolute disbelief with his mouth hanging open. Cough, oh look! It's morning already, better get moving, Midna said with a casual tone while clearing her throat. While the still bewildered shinobi walked towards their next destination, in the darkest corner of his shadow Midna curled into a tight ball and buried her head between her knees, face blushing completely green in shame while muttering about never coming out of the blonde's shadow ever again. Up in the heavens. Good graces! That was intense! Naru muttered in awe, the three of them having just finished looking in the girl's dreams. I am so gonna go down hard on him now, Din said, ungracefully cleaning her mouth from her drool. We cannot be sure that he can really do those things, Faror said while trying to rein her blush. Wanna bet? Din said, switching the viewing screen on an image of the blonde's past. Oh God! It feels so good! The image of Temari howled as the young man kept battering her womb with animal abandon. I think that you proved your point, Din, Naru said while rapidly waving her hand to switch the image back to the present. Yeah, and he is all mine. Can't wait for him to come here, he will become my new snuggle toy to cuddle with, Din said with a gleeful smile. Say, Din. Never considered. Faror tried saying. No! Mine! You can't have him! The goddess of power hissed with narrowed eyes, moving in front of Naruto's image with her arms wide open. We are sisters, it's only fair that we share everything, the goddess of courage answered while crossing her arms. No! Din answered in indignation. He is courageous, so he is also mine, Faror said. No, he has power, so he is mine, the other answered. Naru! Help me make her see reason, Naru? Din asked to the empty room. Where did she go? Faror asked. You! Hiro Namikaze! A well-known female voice said from the viewing screen as she appeared in front of the shinobi while in her human form. What? Both Din and Faror yelled at the same time. What do you want? The two heard Naruto ask. Make love to me, now! Naru answered, using her powers to make his and her clothes vanish and reappear in an ordinate pile away from the two. Okay. The confused blonde had the time to say before the goddess of wisdom pounced on him. You bitch! Din and Faror yelled in rage, moving to take back their sister just as she hungrily impaled herself on the blonde's shaft, riding him savagely while moaning like a cheap prostitute. Not too far away, Jiraiya felt yet another pang of pride pass through his heart. Looking at the sky with tear-filled eyes, the toad Sannin smiled sadly. I can feel it, Minato, your son is getting so much pussy. I am so proud of him, and I bet you are too, he muttered with a sigh, watching as the ghostly figure of Minato appeared in the sky to give a thumbs up with manly tears of fatherly joy. Sometimes, knowing that your former pupil was getting so many successes was too much to bear, making the only answer possible be puffing out the chest and say, I was the one that taught him. Now, if only the old Sannin could also have the same amount of luck with women as the blonde Jinchuriki, that would be good, lucky bastard. And that concludes part 1 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess Tremor 230 style, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Tremor 230, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.